One looks good. Radio.
It actually looks like we're about to get 3 stacked supercells here.
Good.
Almost thinking to go back east at this point.
Well, I'm trying to see here.
Having some issue with my radio, but I have your stream up to fix when it needs to be fixed.
Copy that. I may have just booted you out. You can take it back over. I just was unable to hear anything, so I was like, what in the world is happening right now? But thank you.
Channel 3.
Alright, guys, so screw it. I want to go south.
Channel 2.
Once this car goes by, I'm going to go west and south, actually. Just go poke it. It's moving pretty slow. Ugh. We're in a horrible data zone as it is already.
Yeah, I don't know what's taking Starlink so long to come back.
Mine's back up. You might want to reboot it, like go into the app and reboot it just to be safe, or just turn on your inverter on and off real quick.
Yeah, I unplugged it and plugged it back in, and it's just taking its time.
Alright, so we're going to go west. We're going to go west of 15 and then south.
Brandon, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you now.
Are you good to go for a live hit?
Yeah, go ahead, as long as data stays up.
Stand by.
Pulling up here. Can you hear me? What's the plan moving forward to this?
So right now, we're riding along the Oklahoma-Kansas border, making our way a little bit further west, but we're about to hit State Route 15 and head down south into Oklahoma. It looks like the storms on the northern side of Oklahoma are a little bit more mature right now and getting their act together and becoming more supercellular.
Yeah, Brandon, we had just noticed those have the considerable tag there from the National Weather Service, and already in the early stages of this event, up to about 2 inches in diameter, larger than a golf ball. That jet streak, though, further off to the south and west for later this evening, once it moves into the zone you're in, big concern there for some more top-end severe weather.
Oh yeah, the threat is only going to get more and more prime this evening as more ingredients come together. We really haven't seen all the ingredients come together quite yet, and we're already seeing what's happening. So as the night goes on, it's definitely a day to be weather aware.
Right, yeah.
Well, that's the current plan as of right now. We really just want to see how the environment evolves, and if stuff starts going more active to the south and it's feasible to go after it, we will. But right now, it's just a lot of nowcasting and watching how the environment's evolving with these current storms that have line. But the current plan is this general area.
Right, it'll certainly be safe if you move out to this protect the area forward. As the student pops up, you don't drop the very top.
Channel 1. Channel 2.
What were you saying, Corey?
Let's do the Starlink. I want to reboot it. Rebooting have to do it all over again.
Technology does have its downfalls. So personally, for me right now, I'm not fond of the linear nature of all this stuff that's going on here. I think if anything's going to have a chance, it's going to be that storm west of Stillwater. At least this weekend. Alright guys, so we're continuing to blast west. We went through this first line of convection, and we're going to be heading south into Oklahoma. The more primed environment seems like it's down there so far, so we're heading in that direction. Once again, thank you guys all so much for tuning in and smooshing that like and subscribe button. Alright, so we should be coming up on 15 here shortly. But thank you guys all so much for smooshing that like and subscribe button, as well as all of those of you that have donated as well. Thank you guys so much for your support. We couldn't be out here without your guys' support, so thank you guys all so much. We're going to have to pop through this stuff to get to the stuff further south that's a little bit better. It's in a better environment, so we're going to have to drive through this precip first. They did issue a special weather statement on this first storm.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
And they did just put out another severe thunderstorm warning to our south. So we're continuing out at it towards it right now.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arizona.
It is time now for your Eastern Regional Forecast. We take you out to Atlantic City, New Jersey from earlier. Some of the nice, soaking, gloomy rain showers coming down here in New Jersey. And we've got a pretty active forecast lined up for you across the northeastern tier of the country. But boy, oh boy, is that beautiful. I mean, that doesn't even look real to me. Massachusetts, a gorgeous look at those skies from Sunday. Now, things are changing pretty drastically across the Northeast. We've got severe weather threats that we're tracking, where all threats are going to be possible, and heavy rainfall going to be of concern as well. So the next 3 days today, we've got severe weather possible from Evansville to Cincinnati, stretching all the way down through Richmond, Roanoke, Harrisonburg. By Tuesday, a lot of the regions still under that threat to see stronger storms, and it'll be closer to the Carolinas and down farther through D.C., Dover, Philadelphia, Richmond as we head into Wednesday. So 3 days in a row of tracking severe storms. As far as today goes, tornado threats are possible, 2 to 5% risk from Evansville to Cincinnati, out through Charleston, West Virginia. Strong winds will extend all the way through Virginia for the day today, and then the strongest of those winds, or the strongest and highest of that threat, will be the areas highlighted in red. And we also have some very large hailstones possible through the course of this time frame. So timing it out, you've got those storms that'll continue through the 8-9 o'clock tonight, and notice how kind of you get more of those soaking showers building in along that warm front by tomorrow morning. Again, more of that instability to be watched out for by tomorrow afternoon, more likely along that frontal boundary. The cold front will be kind of the biggest divider to see those stronger storms sparking through. That does carry on into the late evening hour on Tuesday, and then we watch those storms closer to the Atlantic coast, but you're still not going to be done with that rain across the mid-Atlantic and Ohio Valley through your Wednesday. Tuesday, we have a 15% tornado possibility from Parkersburg to Columbus to Cincinnati. That is where it's going to be the most likely, but still, you've got those chances that extend all the way down through Lexington under that 10% threat. We do have soaking showers possible as some of these heftier thunderstorms come through. They could drop a larger amount of rainfall in a quick time span. So we've got flood watches from
There is one new severe
Columbus,
thunderstorm
Charleston,
warning
up
for
through
Oklahoma.
Pittsburgh. Any flash flood warning, any severe warning is always scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Heavy rainfall is still going to be of concern and something that we will watch out for. Look at a drastic drop as those temperatures come down from the 70s Tuesday down to the 40s on Thursday if you're in Lexington, dropping with those numbers in Pittsburgh from the 60s and 40s as well. Up into the northeast, things are quieter through tonight, but you'll start to see more of those showers coming in early tomorrow morning, and they just kind of linger through the afternoon. New York City, Hartford, Boston. But notice how that's all rain until we start to get into Wednesday's time frame. That's when you start to see more of that transition to snowfall, especially farther to the north, where we've got heavy snowfall possible here Wednesday through Thursday across Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, even parts of Massachusetts that we will continue to track out for you. Let's now take you to Orange Beach, Alabama. Rob has a closer look at what's happening in the southeast.
Yeah. Local time. It's a lot of people included in this. The overall severe weather potential, more than 60 million Americans, both today and tomorrow. Very rare to have back-to-back days with a level 4 out of 5 threat. From the Storm Prediction Center, this in through here, it hasn't happened since June of last year. So, yeah, watch for all of these storms as they develop. But this is a story that continues for most of the first half of this week. It's gone to schedule so far, at least as indicated by forecast models, how it's been expected to play out. We've had some powerful severe thunderstorms right along the I-35 corridor in Oklahoma. You see some of these here, Garfield, Logan, Noble, and Payne counties. The Weather Service has put that considerable damage threat on this because of the size of this hail. And you can see that hail core in through here, just east of Marshall and south of Perry. That hail core perhaps producing hail the size of a golf ball or just a little bit bigger than that, 2 inches in diameter, 1.7 right there. That is golf ball size. So this will be sliding across Interstate 35. All of that activity is north of OKC. There's a good deal of cloud cover, and under normal circumstances, you say, hey, that's kind of a limiting factor to severe weather. There's a cap in place. That's true, but you look at future radar, there's this big jet streak. The winds aloft in the mid-levels of the atmosphere are screaming. So we've got enough energy already that we've already seen strong and severe storms. Later on, an hour or two out, when the mid-level support moves in, unfortunately, we're thinking that the intensity of these storms ramps up a whole nother degree. So the early threat, as we were talking about, will be large hail. That'll change to tornadoes as we head into the latter portion of this evening and overnight. All right, let's talk about that sequence, why we think that will start off as hail with the main concern, and that'll shift into tornadoes. And Adam, it has a lot to do with the wind shear, which there's plenty right out of the gate here, but it's unidirectional for now.
Right, that's exactly it. So we're waiting for those winds a little bit closer to the ground to ultimately interact. We don't have that right now. Instead, we're looking at a situation where it's going to be more of that vertical development instead of the spinning.
Right. There's a lot of instability or buoyancy at the surface, which can generate these powerful updrafts and produce big hail. We were talking about this. Can you recall a hatched area this large? This is almost 1,000 miles. Dylan was just measuring it from Texas all the way up to St. Louis.
It is a huge area where people could be seeing some really significant hail. The types that it doesn't come down in such wide areas almost ever.
Right. And
There are two new warnings affecting Oklahoma and Texas.
How big this is, I'm going to put this clicker in my pocket here. What do we have? We've got a baseball, slightly larger than that, and I think a softball, which didn't congeal as well.
You want one of these?
This is the baseball. It's 2 3/4 inches. So yeah, that's the split finger grip on that. 2.75 inches. The softball right there, in order to generate a stone that large, Adam, you need an updraft of about 100 miles per hour. So that shows you how much energy, how much buoyancy is in this severe weather setup.
I mean, it takes incredible strength for these updrafts. It takes a really moisture-rich environment to have enough moisture to let these build and build and build in the atmosphere. And then obviously with that much updraft, if it's going to be heavy enough that it's going to come down, it is going to come down fast and it is going to come down hard. So you're talking about pieces of ice like this falling at 100 miles an hour.
That's the issue. For a 4-inch or so, or softball size hail, it 12 ounces and it falls 100 miles per hour, so you can easily understand why there's concern to life and property. You don't want to get hit by that, almost weighing a pound, falling at 100 miles per hour.
No, you see the video sometimes where people go in the parking lot after a storm from work and cars are crushed, and you can really see why when you're talking about something this large coming down that fast.
Yeah, so just be aware of this. Now, later on tonight, once that jet streak moves in, the storms start turning. That's where the tornadic threat starts to ramp on up.
Yeah, we'll get those supercells spinning, and we're going to see a better risk of seeing tornadoes. But this is what we're looking at in the meantime.
All right, let's look out west. Heavy rain over the weekend led to cars stalling out in flooded roads in California. This was the site on Highway 101 in Montecito on Saturday night. The area got more than 5 inches of rain between Friday night and Sunday. Montecito firefighters responded to several calls of flood damage, wires down, fallen trees, and gas leaks throughout the city. Adam, what a year it's been out west, particularly in the Golden State, to get things started here in 2024.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And at higher elevations, all of that moisture turning into snow. We've seen some impressive snowfall totals. Running Springs, 28 inches of snow just from this last storm. Right? And they have seen plenty of that. Other spots here getting up to 20 inches, 18 inches. Widespread, just a really moisture-rich atmospheric river kind of moving on through that area, and at higher elevations that has been snow. We started off a little bit on the slow side, but at this point, year to date, we are pretty much where we should be. In the northern Sierra, across California, a little bit above average, central right at average, south a little bit below, but when you put it all together, 104% of the average snowfall pack. We are right where we should be here across the Sierra as that snow continues to fall. Now, it's that same system where I was just showing you those 20 inches of snow continuing to track itself a little further off towards the west. There's still a couple of winter weather warnings and advisories across the region from Arizona stretching up into New Mexico. Ultimately, we're probably mostly behind it. It's only going to be at elevation where you're going to see that snow continue to fall. Here's your timestamp up in the corner. We'll continue to track this, move on out. Some spots where you could still see some decent snow. Think of like the Taos ski area where you could still see another foot. Otherwise, all of this energy is moving more and more to the middle of the country. Ian?
Adam, we're, of course, watching the storms. We're going to talk about the other big story, the eclipse. And it's not just people along the path of totality getting excited for next week's eclipse. It's effectively become a national holiday, as it should, truly. We've seen major businesses trying to get in on the action and even make a buck off the big event. Fox Weather correspondent Nicole Valdez has an update on this highly anticipated eclipse.
Well, if you're excited for the eclipse, get ready to get even more excited. We know this is going to be a rare and monumental event come next week, but a lot of companies are also releasing some pretty good deals, if not specific items with the eclipse in mind. And if you're a foodie, you're going to want to listen up because we've got everything from desserts to ice cream to pizza and burgers on the menu for the Eclipse Day. On April 8th, Burger King, one of many companies, announcing they're going to be handing out free Whoppers. And even though the eclipse will only
turn off,
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
Storms that are stretching through Osage County, Oklahoma, into Noble County through that I-35 corridor, including those of you in Perry. Looking at some of these local radar sites here, I could probably put on Tulsa. That'll be a little bit better for us, where we're already starting to see some larger hailstones coming through. So notice as I turn on our triple threat, there are some areas where upwards of 1 inch to 1.5 inches in diameter hailstones are possible. Closer to Perry right now, it's looking about 1/2 inch, and then Ponca City closer to 1 inch in diameter hail. So that is going to be one of the main threats that we watch out for, at least in this part of the country. Now, I saw another severe thunderstorm warning just more to the south. This includes portions of I-20 in Texas, Abilene. This is closer to you and Sweetwater. Looks like it's going to clip past Aberdeen, but it's for those of you in Fisher and Jones County, Texas, until about 4:15. Now, the wider range of where that severe outlook is today includes San Antonio all the way up through Virginia, but that moderate risk falls around OKC and Tulsa. That is where we have the best potential for very large hail.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Large hailstones to be expected, and it's something that we are already seeing. The timeline here, if you're within Oklahoma City to Tulsa, we'll be watching those thunderstorms really fire up along I-40 and I-44 around 4-5 p.m. this afternoon, continuing to push through, and a couple of those isolated cells kind of still lingering on the back end here, where we could still see till about 11 o'clock and midnight some additional severe storms. Now, if you're in Fort Smith to Fayetteville, you'll see some thunderstorms occurring around the 4 o'clock hour, but for you, it really does look more like the 9-10 o'clock hour, where you've got the stronger storms that are to be expected across this area. So nationally, not only are we going to be watching some of these stronger storms, and it looks like another one has kind of just popped in here across St. Joseph, DeKalb County right now, Missouri, until 3:45 local time. So a lot we'll be watching with these showers and these storms, but we do want to talk about some snow in the forecast. That brings us out towards Wisconsin. A little bit of slow-mo of that snow coming down earlier.
Yeah, you can see it right there, and we continue to see these winter weather alerts that are in place. For Tuesday and Wednesday, we have the winter storm watch, the UP of Michigan, also portions of Wisconsin, including Green Bay. We can see snow up to 6 inches to a foot and winds to 50 miles per hour. So snowy, breezy conditions, and you can see where we can see some very heavy snow around Marquette. We are looking upwards of about a foot of snow that's going to be possible as this system moves through. This will show, this is going to bring some minor to moderate winter storm impacts over the next couple of days, and you can see your average last snowfall. Some of this is in April, so we do see this happen for this portion of the country. We're going to have plenty of moisture and lift that continues to arrive from the plains, and that's going to bring more of that snow, more of that rain to this portion of the country, and you can see that low lifting up. That's by Tuesday morning. We're seeing more of that rain and snow moving through for your Tuesday morning. Into Tuesday evening, there's going to be rain, and there's going to be also snow wrapped around that area of low pressure by Wednesday. More of that snow continuing to push through, and that low's really lingering, so it's really going to be pumping in a lot of that snow with all of that moisture there. And then we do see some ice and sleet accumulation, so there will be mixed precipitation as well with this as this all moves through. So your average last measurable snow that we do see in Marquette is normally about April 30th, and then Green Bay, you're looking at April 12th. And with this, as we take a look at your forecast, 40s, 30s, and you see all those icons on there, so there will be rain and there will be snow. All right, let's head to Utah, where again we are still talking about snow.
Yeah, we are. And places like Utah, New Mexico, Colorado, we've been seeing some good snowfall. This is from Sunday. That is a lot of snow. Holding on to winter here in Eden, Utah. But across the Southwest, the last 24 hours, we've seen anywhere between about 3 to 8 inches of snowfall, even across Nevada, Arizona, Colorado. We broke a daily rainfall record in Arizona.
I got the groceries.
You were just supposed to get diapers.
Warm and dry, however. How about 81 degrees in Eaton, 77 in Atlanta, our high so far today. We may see that tick up 1 more degree. And we have another warm day tomorrow ahead of a system that's going to bring those showers and storms. They're firing up now. You see the red on the map? A couple of tornado watches that are in effect. Those are areas where tornadoes may develop as next few hours. Yellow, those are severe thunder. That's way, and it's going to bring us the risk for heavy rain and the potential for some severe storms locally. I'll take you through that timeline. The one positive thing this is going to do, however, is it's going to knock some of the pollen out of the air, because our pollen count today, look at this, 6,033, extremely high, one of the highest counts we've ever had. Look at that. Time of year for you, you get a little temporary relief as the storms through your Monday evening and into the night. Clouds but warm and dry. Temperatures tomorrow morning into the mid-60s. No big deal. Tomorrow afternoon, despite a cloudy sky, southwest wind ahead of this front will pull up the warmth. So we're going to be up near 80 degrees again tomorrow afternoon ahead of the showers and storms. But those are going to be coming in late into the evening hours between 6 and 9 p.m. That's when I expect this line of storms first.
There is one new special marine warning.
Georgia. And as they first come in, that's when we're going to have the greatest risk of strong and severe storms. These storms, however, a little bit of a weakening trend, not completely falling apart as they move into and through metro Atlanta in the overnight hours. This is tomorrow night into the pre-dawn hours of Wednesday morning along ahead of this front. Then as we head through 4 a.m., those strong and potentially severe storms out towards the east, and we'll start to see some drying and clearing as the sun rises on Wednesday morning. So it comes through fairly quickly, but the severe weather risk tomorrow night into early Wednesday, you can see it includes a very large area from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast. The bullseye, level 4 threat, centered over Ohio. The greatest risk of tornado to our north, but we still have a significant threat, especially in northwest Georgia. It's a level 3 risk on the 1 to 5 scale. In some large destructive hail, an inch diameter or larger, and the possibility of some tornadoes. That's in the northwest Georgia. That's a level 3 threat. A little bit of weakening, but again, not falling apart. A level 2 risk on the 1 to 5 scale for some scattered strong and severe storms, damaging wind gusts and large hail, and a brief tornado can't be ruled out as this moves to area after midnight and into the pre-dawn hours on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Because this is a fast-moving system, not expecting flooding rains, but half to 1 inch. That'll be common. You see it there in blue. Your 5-day forecast with a weekend always in view. There's those storms. So I'm going to give the rain chance tomorrow during the day at 40%, even cool mornings, even in the 30s Friday morning, back to the low 70s on Sunday.
Thank you.
Of instability, the upper level winds, that energy is moving in from the south and west. That's the final ingredient, if you will, that we're expecting to arrive over the next couple of hours, and that'll lead to another bump up in the intensity of these storms. That being said, some of these already have considerable damage tags on them off to the north of OKC, north of Stillwater right here, for 2-inch in diameter hail. A golf ball is 1 3/4 inches. All of these storms have hail cores and the potential to generate damaging hail, the dangerous kind. Then you move farther off to the south and west from there. There's Wichita Falls, Kansas. For reference now, we are south of the Red River. There's Sweetwater, Texas, and Abilene. Look at the amount of lightning with this particular storm. These are developing on the dry line. That is the front, effectively, that is initiating these new storms farther off to the south now. Fisher, Jones, Nolan, and Taylor counties. This has a considerable damage threat for wind. The gusts with these up to 70 miles per hour, with clearly the hail potential as well. All of those are just back to the west of Abilene and heading in that direction. This overall swath, the hatched area, it's so wide that it's a little bit harder to see today that it is a hatch zone because it's smaller on your screen. It's almost 1,000 miles from southwest to northeast, from Texas along and west of I-35 up into central and southern parts of Missouri, including St. Louis, arcing back to Kansas City, and then all the way down I-35, Dallas, Waco, San Antonio. In those areas, we've got the potential for what we've seen already is very large hail, but up to baseball, even softball size hail, which is about 4 inches, a little bit better than that in diameter, and takes an updraft of about 100 miles per hour to keep a hailstone that large suspended up in the atmosphere. This is a look at future radar moving forward. You got a live picture too from Vince Welty. That just popped up. You can see that rain shaft off in the distance, some darker clouds with these stronger storms that are developing. The coverage is going to be there as we move forward through what's left of the afternoon for you, right on through the evening, the early part of the overnight hours. That will extend even beyond sunset. So just know there is a nocturnal or nighttime aspect of this, and it leaks all the way into tomorrow. As I said, this is a multi-day stretch that goes into Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday. We got meteorologist Adam Klotz with us here this afternoon with a look at day 2, which looks every bit as busy, every bit as dangerous as day 1 today.
Yeah, you're seeing the same color palette here, and that means we're on a 4 out of 5. Significant risk once again, seeing it back to back and seeing it across Ohio. Part of the country you don't typically see this. Includes major cities like Cincinnati up towards Columbus, just outside of Cleveland as well, where we could see this is our best chance of seeing some spin with these so they can become tornadic in nature.
Yeah, and even that darker red, though, it's the very likely on any given day. A 3 out of 5 from SPC is a huge deal. This is, and it extends all the way down into Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, that stretches a whole lot further south, and that's getting more into the straight line winds. Even as we run through our exclusive in-house model, you see more kind of individual discrete cells across Ohio in that significant area, and then a little further south, you get this lining of the storms that will ultimately become a squall line, sweep across the, again, Kentucky, Tennessee, over across the Appalachian Mountains. That is where you could see some real impactful straight line winds. and then just a ton of rain.
If there's any benefit to this from a messaging standpoint, it feels like a lot of people are hearing about the top end severe weather potential possible today, and for that reason they know that this storm is heading in their direction. The severe weather is a concern, but so is the flood potential.
It's really moist across this entire region. The temperatures are abnormally warm, the humidity is high, and then you're going to be running up into some of these mountains, and that's going to squeeze out a little bit more moisture. You really see it as you run into where the Appalachian Mountains are. Suddenly these yellow colors are indicating 2 to 3 inches. All of that has to work its way down into some of these valleys, and then that's when you see flooding.
Yeah, some pockets where we could see in excess of 3 inches of rain. In some areas, they're already waterlogged. That's going to lead to flooding pretty quickly.
New York City, a place obviously can't control the rain that well, and it's been wet, and it's more on the
Yeah, we've had plenty of that. Providence has had a foot of rain. They had a foot of rain in the month of March. So, I mean, this has been far and above what's considered a normal early part of meteorological spring.
And here April is, and we're just keeping up with it as more rain's still on the way. Well, as we move through the week, this storm system will move up into Canada and then team up with another low pressure system that's going to be hanging off the coast of New England. Those two things combined are going to bring snow. That's right, more snow into the forecast. This is snow that came down over the weekend in Castle Hill, Maine. You thought, hey, maybe it's almost over. This was the last weekend for it. No, that is not the case. We have another setup where you're going to be talking about more snow. And this next snow we're talking about probably a little bit more robust, but this is the low pressure system we've been paying attention to, working its way across the country. It is going to combine with another low pressure system, bringing cold air out in front of it. That cold air is going to allow what so far has just been at times really heavy rain. It could turn into snow. You see it here as we run through the future forecast. Now Tuesday at 7 p.m., so we're moving forward in time. You start to interact with colder air that's being pulled from the north because of this low pressure system, and it becomes more and more of a snow event. Less green.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Oklahoma and Texas.
6 p.m. Expected to only fill in more and more. Now, if you live right along the coast, not likely a snow event. New York City, not a snow event. Out through Long Island, not a snow event, but still a water event. We've seen so much rain here as of recent. It doesn't take a whole lot for flooding to be at least risk, so it's on the low end there, but it is possible from New York up through Boston, up towards portions of coastal Maine. How much snow are we going to be talking about? The purples are indicating at least a foot, but there's some spots here where you're talking about 2 feet of snow, particularly at higher elevations. If you're at 1,000 feet or higher, you're going to see a really good chance of seeing some snow move on through these areas. And it won't be just the snow. This is going to feel like some real winter weather. Look at some of these wind totals, 40, 50 in Boston, but interior areas, Burlington, 40, 50 mile an hour winds. This is lingering through Wednesday. So unfortunately here, or maybe fortunately if you're into snow and you're into the spring skiing, winter weather is still lingering at least for a little while longer. Ian?
The start of the Atlantic hurricane season is exactly 2 months from today, and by all accounts, we're looking ahead to another busy tropical season. Last week, I took part in the National Hurricane Conference. This was down in Orlando. We'll talk about what we discussed and what we learned when Fox Weather comes right back. But first, a look at your regional forecast.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. You can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night. You can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Indiana and Kentucky.
Hundreds of thousands of people who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep and get Relaxium sleep.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
This is a Fox Weather Alert as we track the start of what we're expecting to be a multi-day severe weather outbreak from the southern plains, the Midwest. You've got some pictures here, St. Louis, Terre Haute. It's quiet for now. That will be changing. So let's show you where we have active watches, our severe weather alert. It's a little messy in through here. This whole zone, you might as well go ahead and treat it as a tornado watch. We know that the ingredients, the severe weather parameters, are coming together to produce dangerous storms, be it with very large hail or the tornadic potential. So this whole swath in through here, just know that that danger is present until the late evening, all the way until about 11 o'clock local time. This was highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center in this whole very likely zone, which is the darker red. The greatest risk, the western periphery of that, the significant severe weather potential, which is a 4 out of 5. We've got that today and tomorrow up into parts of the Ohio Valley. We've already seen some severe thunderstorms, and all the ingredients haven't come together yet. That being said, we've already seen hail up to about 2 inches in diameter. And we've seen some of these severe thunderstorm warnings highlighted by the National Weather Service for gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So this is more top-end severe weather potential, and all the ingredients aren't there. There's this mid-level jet that's off to the south and west that swings in, and that's when this really gets started into the middle and latter portion of this evening. These are some of the severe thunderstorm warnings down in West Texas, Abilene. Look at the amount of lightning. It's 2 severe thunderstorm warnings down here now, and the Weather Service has that considerable damage tag on it because the winds are up to about 70 miles per hour. Even within these, which is far smaller than the storms that are up in Oklahoma, still the potential for hail up to about an inch in diameter. So yes, it's all modes of severe weather. First, with the damaging wind gusts and hail, later this evening when you get some of the upper level support, that's going to drive that tornadic potential later on this evening, and you can see that coverage of storms with future radar. They hang on through the late evening and into the first part of the overnight. Farther back to the west, that was actually the origins of the storm that we were just talking about. It was a weekend storm that brought rain and snow to California. This is a look at the wintry weather in San Bernardino, the mountains there. Drivers up in those higher elevations, they had to use chain controls. And it was a wet Easter across much of the Golden State. You can see the rain coming down here in Corona, California. That area saw about 2.5 inches of rain from Friday to Sunday. Adam, I guess a bit of a drop in the bucket with what they've been dealing with this year out in Cali.
Yeah, it's been really active. Atmospheric rivers just one after another, it seems like, bringing a whole lot of moisture. It's been good for the snowpack, though, and actually it started off a little bit slow. That's this orange line. Everything you're looking at in the blue is where we typically would be, the average of the snowpack across the Sierra. Well, at this point, after a slow start, we've really picked it up in the second half of winter and then the first half of spring, and we're right where we should be. Still that snow, all of that moisture continues to track itself a little further off towards the east. Some winter storm warnings still in place, some winter weather advisories in place from Arizona stretching up in New Mexico. Currently, some of the heaviest snow across northern Arizona, northern New Mexico. It takes a little bit of elevation. Otherwise, these temperatures are just too warm to support snow, but there still is some rain coming down. Timestamp up in the top left-hand corner, you see this continuing to move just north of Albuquerque. So you're talking about the Taos area, Santa Fe. Those are some of the spots where you're seeing the most significant snowfall. Maybe as much as a foot could still come. But once that clears on out, you can see Flagstaff gets very comfortable. 52 degrees there on Tuesday. Still chilly overnight. 60 degrees on Wednesday. 58 degrees on Thursday. Of course, all of this energy continues to work its way into the middle of the country.
And while that storm caused a lot of snow to fall in the California mountains, the heavy rain it brought washed out roads in parts of the state, including the very famous and very scenic Highway 1. Look at that. The latest storm, it comes into the region that's already been drenched by an active winter. Let's get an update on that situation. Joining us now is Caltrans District 5 Public Information Officer Kevin Drabinski. Great to have you with us. This was a brutal run, the latest event, and what's been an active year so far. Where do things stand today, particularly right there on Highway 1?
Well, we discovered a slip out of Highway 1 Saturday afternoon. Our crews responded and installed a full closure of Highway 1 at that location, just south of the Rocky Creek Bridge, and that's about 0.6 miles north of the iconic Bixby Creek Bridge. When we returned at first light on Sunday, our geotech and engineering crews were able to ascertain that there had been no further movement of the road eroding back, and they determined that the northbound lane was a viable passage. And so we were able at noon yesterday to let convoys through, both in the north and south direction. So Big Sur is a big tourist destination. There were many people who had traveled on this stretch of road south down to Big Sur. Then they had this closure, and they were just wearing that light sweater and weren't prepared in any way to return. They weren't prepared to stay the night. And in the same way that people that live in Big Sur weren't able to access in the southbound direction. We were very fortunate that we were able to restore convoys at noon and 4 o'clock that really relieved the pressure of the people that were isolated because of this closure.
Good, yeah, that was a huge problem there. This is back-to-back very active winters. You mentioned the Bixby Bridge. I just got a chance to get out there last year, and I ran into some of the closures that were down just off to the south of Big Sur. We just showed some of the pictures of the damage. How does one even start repairing that? I mean, that looks like a precarious spot to be in when the edge of the road right there, we're showing it again, is completely gone.
First steps, the real focus of our initial steps will be to stabilize that edge of the roadway. So using, kind of these advanced engineering techniques plus the seasoning that we've had, that our crews have had in responding to similar incidents on Highway 1, we'll get in there and initially start to stabilize the roadway. Over the course of the next few days, we're going to install K-rail, the concrete barriers along the center line of that closure. That will provide a channel for the convoy traffic, those vehicles to go through. It also provides protection for our workers to be able to work behind.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
The edge of the roadway, we'll be coming up with a final repair design. And again, we're using experience from other situations along Highway 1, different experiences. Every slide has its own unique conditions, own personality, if you will, but we're able to borrow the experience that we've had at different locations and apply it to this repair.
Lots of experience at that. One more example here of the power of water. We've seen many in California the last several months and really for the last 2 winters and early springs. Officer Kevin Drabinski with Caltrans District 5, thanks so much for the insight here on Fox Weather.
Pleasure.
Hey, today marks the start of April, and if you can believe it, that means we are now 2 months away from the start of the Atlantic hurricane season, that coming up on June the 1st. And Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. Last week,
There is one
I
new
was in
severe
Orlando
thunderstorm warning
the
for
National
Kansas.
Hurricane Conference, and this is kind of a meeting of the minds, Adam. Everybody that you could possibly think of, from the private sector, us in the media, but federal officials down to the state and local level, emergency managers, for a big discussion about what's played out in years past and how to more effectively manage what could be a busy season ahead.
Is it talking a lot about the season, or are you talking more about the messaging?
It's more about, at least this particular conference this year, it's how to effectively tell and communicate the threats that each tropical system presents. The National Hurricane Center, they've actually put some big-time work into that, not just the science, but also
There
the
are
social
two new
science,
warnings
the people
affecting
side of
Missouri
it.
and
How do you
Oklahoma.
communicate most effectively? While I was out at the Hurricane Conference, I got a chance to ask National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome about just that and the new experimental cone that they're launching this season.
The experimental cone is meant to help people understand that the cone itself is not a one-stop shop.
Right, like storm surge.
Right. So the hazards often do, and increasingly with time, spill outside of the cone, and people who look solely at the cone and think that's the threat zone or the impact zone are making costly mistakes. We live in an era now where people want to look at something for 2 seconds and make a decision, and hurricanes simply don't lend themselves scrolling through your social media feed.
So I have to say, Jamie gave the most spirited talk. I loved it. This new experimental cone, when the National Hurricane Center released it a couple months ago, admittedly, I didn't love it. He made me a believer.
I mean, I believe that. He seemed like he was very passionate. What were some of the big takeaways? I was reading, and maybe you know the answer to this question. We now lose as many lives after the hurricane, just, you know, everything that goes into that, whether it's CO2, people using generators. Is that a focus? How do we get that messaging out?
Freshwater flooding, heavy rain, that has actually taken more lives recently, and that is a bit of a testament to the improving science with storm surge, getting people away from the zones that are most at risk. But it also gets back to what we were just talking about, which is the messaging. People are saying, hey, I'm away from the coastline. This is the new experimental cone, Adam. I didn't love it at first because I thought it was a little bit busy. To Jamie's point, it's a lot for a viewer to take in if you're only looking at it for a moment or two. But what this does...
Yeah, what's the big selling point?
If you're not doing this already, you haven't been doing it right over the last several years. It's de-emphasizing the cone and emphasizing the risks, the threats presented by the storm, which we know they're all different shapes, sizes, personalities. So what that does is it kind of fades out the cone, Adam, as it approaches land. In fact, it completely disappears. All you see at that point are the watches and warnings that are in place. So that's our job and your job, Adam. We're going to have to kind of walk people through that, but it does a much better job of showing people what the greatest problem is, and that's the zones that we're most concerned about. So we're 2 months out. One of the easiest ways to get ready for the upcoming hurricane season, Fox Weather app. You've got the Eclipse tab for the time being at the bottom. That'll be 7 weeks in the rear view by the time hurricane season gets started. What you'll want to do in between now and then, get this downloaded, get your kits ready to go. We'll have a whole section where you can learn about some of these new products from the National Hurricane Center, and we'll be walking you through them. We may be seeing many as we move through the upcoming season. A lot of signals towards a season ahead with a lot of activity. Before we get out of here, let's take a look at the rest of the country. We know where the focus will be in the short term. We've got this sprawling storm breaking out across the middle of the country with severe weather spreading east tomorrow.
Yeah, what we're talking about today shifts a little farther east, more into portions there of the Midwest, into the Southeast, and then ultimately to the Atlantic and Northeast.
Yeah, by the middle of this week, you were showing us this. Winter, we've seen more of that in spring than we did all of winter in the Northeast.
Yeah, so one big thing to focus on, and then at least if you're in the middle of the country, you went through all that, you are going to get a little bit of a break.
Yeah, that next storm starts moving ashore out west as we move into the latter portion of the week. There it is, some snow moving into the Rockies. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. As we mentioned, don't forget to download the Fox Weather app to stay up to date with the latest on the very beginnings of this severe weather. We'll be tracking it. More Fox Weather after the break.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
I got the groceries.
You were just supposed to get diapers.
Couldn't find them.
Well, you found your favorite cereal. Go back.
Can't. We're kind of broke until payday.
Well, diapers kinda can't wait. I'm getting the Empower app. Empower Cash Advance gives me up to $250 instantly. No late fees, interest, or credit checks.
Hurry back.
No guarantees. Diapers are so hard to find.
Get Empower Cash Advance from $10 to $250 instantly. Download the Empower app today.
I'm Sam. I have a 3.5-year-old puppy. Levi is rambunctious. He is very active. So Levi's had to go to the vet because he was coughing a bit, and he ended up getting x-rays. It would have cost over $500 had I not had Fetch pet insurance.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Fetch protects over 400,000 pets. Get paid back up to 90% on unexpected vet bills. Fetch, the most comprehensive pet insurance. Get your free quote today.
This is a Fox Weather Alert, and right now, here we go. A multi-day severe weather threat getting underway across the plains. Powerful storms are expected to produce baseball, even softball size or larger hail. And later this evening, the tornadic potential ramps up as this overall storm system intensifies. The threat stretches into tomorrow, where we could see more severe storms into the Ohio Valley. And the story doesn't end there. That system combines with another and makes for an early April snowstorm in parts of the Northeast. We'll have all the details on what you can expect. That whole system got started out west, where more heavy rain and mountain snow over the weekend caused flash flooding and landslides. Parts of Southern California got more than half a foot of rain on top of an already soggy start to 2024. We'll have those details. And 1 week now, just 1 week from today, America's solar eclipse will cast its shadow and its spell on millions of stargazers from Texas all the way up to Maine. But will the clouds cooperate? We'll have the latest forecast for the big event. It's all right now on Fox Weather Now.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for
Good
Texas.
Monday afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the new work week. Welcome to April. And as always, thank you for being with us here on Fox Weather. Right now, it's 5 o'clock on the East Coast, 2 p.m. out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. It's April Fool's Day. This is no joke. Today or tomorrow, a significant concern for severe weather. It's all just getting started now in the southern plains. You look at the population at risk. Just today, 61 million people facing the potential for severe weather. 7 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. That's through what's left of this evening and tonight. Then this whole threat shifts a little bit farther east tomorrow, where there's another level 4 out of 5 threat, as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center. It's the first time we've had back-to-back days with a level 4 out of 5, or a significant threat, as we call it here on Fox Weather, since June of last year. So it's been a while, and this particular go-around, as I mentioned, we're at the very beginning of it. That is a live picture at Oklahoma City, an area that is included in a tornado watch that runs all the way until 9 o'clock local time, all of central, most of eastern parts of Oklahoma, down across the Red River into northern Texas. We've also got a tornado watch that extends up into Missouri, southeastern parts of Kansas. That's a severe thunderstorm watch in through here. I would just treat all of these alerts the same moving forward through the next several hours. Just know that there is the potential here for dangerous storms with all modes of severe weather. We've already seen large hail with some warnings indicating up to about 2 inches in diameter. We could still double that, big wind gusts, and of course the tornadic threat that ramps up later this evening. We'll talk about why, but in this whole corridor, that's where we have the concern, and that may shift a little bit farther off to the east with time later on this evening. This is the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. I mentioned the level 4 out of 5 in through here, but the dark red, that's the very likely threat for severe weather, and the lighter, the brighter red, that is the likely threat. The level 2 out of 5, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued in that zone on both flanks of this, both south and west, and all the way up to the northeast, right along the Ohio River. These storms have been the most intense so far. This particular severe thunderstorm warning here for Osage County, that has the considerable tag on it for some wind gusts up to about 70 miles per hour. Then you move down south from Oklahoma into Texas, Abilene, you're included in this particular severe thunderstorm warning. We had said baseball-sized hail was possible. This is the first one of these that we've seen so far this afternoon. The destructive tag from the National Weather Service. So this is an upgrade over a baseline severe thunderstorm warning. And you see the hail size here, 2.75 inches. That is the equivalent of a baseball. It's just off to the north of Abilene and Interstate 20 in through there. And that is exactly what Doppler radar close to and now just east of Hawley, that's what it's detecting. In fact, even larger than the size of a baseball. That is up to 3 1/3 inches. So huge hail now being produced by these storms. We were thinking that that was going to be the evolution of this, starting with big wind gusts and hail. And while we wait on an increase in the wind shear, that's arriving with some upper level energy farther off to the south and west. It's almost there now. So as we move forward through the next hour or two, unfortunately, I do think we're going to start to see some of these storms spinning. So clearly the ingredients are there to generate severe storms. This is 500 millibar. It's the middle level of this lowest level of the atmosphere where all the weather happens. It's 3 or 4 miles up. Those colors in through here suggest that we've got this jet streak with gusts exceeding 100 knots. So that, when we talk about a wind shear or twisting of thunderstorms with height, it's when the wind changes speed or direction with height. When you have 3 or 4 miles up, wind that's moving over 100 miles per hour, call it 115 miles per hour or so, clearly there's a lot of wind shear. That's what's going to allow these storms to potentially produce tornadoes. We may see strong tornadoes. That hazard is there. So just be mindful of this. I know a lot of folks, you live in severe weather country. You've seen all the cloud cover through the afternoon hours, and you say oftentimes when we have that around through the heat of the day, it puts a bit of a lid on things. This isn't one of those examples because of what's approaching from the south and west, the mid-level energy that bumps up this overall severe weather coverage moving forward through the next several hours. Future radar shows you as that all spreads off to the east. Look at the size of this hatched area. We're talking about the polka dots. It's almost this entire thing where we have the potential for baseball plus size hail, at least greater than 2 inches in diameter, perhaps up to around 4 inches in diameter. That's destructive hail like the tag we saw with that storm down in Texas. That can do significant damage to a car, very dangerous to life and property when you start talking about hail that size. So don't focus just on the tornadic potential, although that's going to be there as we move forward through this evening. I mentioned this was a multi-day stretch of severe weather that includes our Tuesday. We've got meteorologist Adam Klotz with us this afternoon, and unfortunately, we had the level 4 threat for today. We've also got the level 4 threat for tomorrow.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So we get that significant threat, is what we call it here at Fox Weather, and it's highlighted an area across much of the state of Ohio. So they are going to be on edge. We know that they've seen some severe weather here recently, tornadoes moving across the state. This is another setup where that's at least possible.
Yeah, these are big cities too, just south of Cleveland. Cleveland's still in the very likely zone. But here, the peak intensity, Cincy up to Columbus, then you get down into the bluegrass all the way down into Middle Tennessee. There is some tornadic potential there.
Yeah, we're going to see probably a little bit more of a lining of storms here. That doesn't mean that they can't spin and become tornadic. but it's these discrete cells maybe initially where you see that a little bit more, and then you get this line of storms as you get a little later into the evening hours. Here we are at 6 p.m. starting to rush their way across the southeast.
Yeah, that's 6 o'clock Eastern time, so 5 o'clock Central. You're in the Music City. You've got a nasty complex of storms rolling through during the late rush, the evening rush, so be mindful of that. Any of those storms could be strong or severe, and that heavy rain from there spreads farther east into the Appalachians, Adam, where flooding becomes a big concern.
So not so much maybe a severe threat, but we do talk about flooding as a real problem. And it's these hilly areas where it's been, for one, there's been plenty of rain, and on top of that, it just funnels down into some of those creeks and some of those rivers, and then you start to see those waters rise.
Yeah, and that can happen fast. There's plenty of water. You said it was a moisture-rich system. Look at all of this, that yellow, very widespread 2 to 3 inches of rain.
I mean, yeah, 1 inch to 2 inches across the entire Midwest, and then you get into 2 to 3 inches. Isolated areas here, probably at elevation where you're getting a little bit more than that. This is really impactful rainfalls. Getting into major cities like New York City, 2 inches of rain is a lot in New York City. 3 inches of rain would be a lot in New York City. A lot of folks are going to feel the impacts of the rain.
Yeah, it's a lot on a good day, and then folks are like, going to start building their arcs now. It rained for, what, about half of the month of March.
March was saturated, and here we are kicking off April looking much the same. You see here in Louisville, this was obviously south of where that maybe that initial like real severe weather is, but still they're right on that boundary and they could see it too.
Yeah, so multiple days of this, at least the first half of this week looks really busy.
Yeah, absolutely. And once this severe threat is over, the storm system is going to continue to linger and actually make its move up to New England, where it's going to interact with another low pressure system sitting just off the coast. When they combine, they're going to pull in some cold air, and ultimately you're going to be seeing snow. That's right, we're talking about snow. That's snow you saw over the weekend in Castle Hill, Maine. That was not horribly widespread, even though it looks like a pretty good snowfall.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
System working its way in over the course of the next couple of days by the time you get up here into New England. And this one could actually linger here for a little while. But this is the setup. We've got that low pressure system we were talking about. One will be sitting just off the coast, and that's going to pull colder air in. It will begin as rain, but as you continue to pay attention to the timestamp here just over my head, that cold air is going to funnel and mix with all of this very heavy rain and moisture over time, initially at higher elevations, but it's going to start to fill in there a little bit. This becomes more and more of a snow event. You're going Wednesday afternoon now into the overnight hours into Thursday, and suddenly you're talking about a whole lot of snow across interior portions of New England. Still right along the coast, probably more of a rain event for a lot of these areas. But where you are, if the snow's coming down, it could really be coming down. Some of these snowfall totals in these pinks and purple colors, easily a foot, but 1.5 to 2 feet is not unheard of. Elevations at 1,000 feet or higher are going to be the ones that are most impacted with this snow moving on through the area. And it's not just snow. This is a proper winter weather type storm, as you're going to be seeing 40 and 50 mile an hour winds associated with this as well. It's springtime, but we're still seeing snow and winter-like weather out there. Ian?
1 week from today, if you can believe it, the moon will completely hide the sun for one of the most amazing spectacles on this planet Earth. But will the clouds eclipse your view of this amazing sight? Fox Weather has the forecast and everything you need to know about America's solar eclipse. That's coming up next.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all.
You've got those storms that'll continue through the 8, 9 o'clock tonight. And notice how kind of you get more of those soaking showers building in along that warm front by tomorrow morning. Again, more of that instability to be watched out for by tomorrow afternoon. More likely along that frontal
There is one
boundary.
new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Kind of the biggest divider to see those stronger storms sparking through. That does carry on into the late evening hour on Tuesday. And then we watch those storms closer to the Atlantic coast, but you're still not going to be done with that rain across the mid-Atlantic and Ohio Valley through your Wednesday. Tuesday, we have a 15% tornado possibility from Parkersburg to Columbus to Cincinnati. That is where it's going to be the most likely, but still, you've got those chances that extend all the way down through Lexington under that 10% threat. We do have soaking showers possible as some of these heftier thunderstorms come through. They could drop a larger amount of rainfall in a quick time span. So we've got flood watches from Indianapolis, Columbus, Charleston up through Pittsburgh. Any flash flood warning, any severe warning is always scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Heavy rainfall is still going to be of concern and something that we will watch out for. Look at a drastic drop as those temperatures
There is one new
come
severe
down
thunderstorm
from the
warning
70s
for Oklahoma.
Tuesday down to the 40s on Thursday if you're in Lexington, dropping with those numbers in Pittsburgh from the 60s and 40s as well. Up into the northeast, things are quieter through tonight, but you'll start to see more of those showers coming in early tomorrow morning, and they just kind of linger through the afternoon. New York City, Hartford, Boston. But notice how that's all rain until we start to get into Wednesday's time frame. That's when you start to see more of that transition to snowfall, especially farther to the north, where we've got heavy snowfall possible.
From the southern plains to the Midwest, this is a live picture coming out of Payne County, Oklahoma from KWTV. And what you see there is a growing cumulonimbus cloud, a thunderstorm cloud off in the distance. And this growth, we're expecting this moving forward to be more explosive because of what's happening in the middle levels of the atmosphere. Some extra energy entering this overall environment, which has already, in the absence of that, been supporting strong and severe storms with huge hail. And now we're going to see the intensity of these climbing as we move forward through the next hour or so. That is the look in through here from the Storm Prediction Center. We call it a significant severe weather threat, level 4 out of 5. We've got that for today. We've got that for tomorrow. Multiple days back to back. First time since the middle of last June that we've seen that. These are some big hail-making storms. That's down in Texas. Farther off to the north, up in Oklahoma, same thing. There is the mid-level energy, and I wanted to show you this quickly. That stripe is a jet streak in through here. Those are winds at about 3 miles up.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Kansas and
over 100 miles per
Oklahoma.
hour. That is going to allow the intensity of these storms to ramp up and perhaps become more tornadic through what's left of this evening. So let's go out to exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. He's out tracking this dangerous severe weather threat, and he joins us now by radio. So I'm pulling that up. Hey, Brandon, can you hear us? So what have you seen since last time we checked in? It does appear like the coverage of these storms is growing. I'm going to try him again. Hey, Brandon, you got me? I'm trying to contact you on the radio here.
I think the service going.
Yeah, I think he might be having some trouble with his service. Brand new technology we're trying to implement here at Fox Weather. It's a way for us to talk to all of our storm trackers, our exclusive storm trackers, at once via two-way radio, but unfortunately it is cellular-based two-way radio, and it doesn't appear as though the cellular aspect of that is working right now. Let me try one more time. Hey, Brandon, you got me on radio?
Yeah, I got you, Ian.
All right, I got you now. Just checking back in. What have you seen playing out since we last chatted? It looks like on radar, the coverage of these storms is growing significantly, and that big jet streak we talked about earlier is now approaching from the south and west.
Yeah, so I apologize. We've been in some horrible cell data areas, but yeah, we're starting to see these storms get a little bit more mature. We just crossed into Washington County, north of Bartlesville. The storm's really trying to get its act together and maybe showing signs that it's beginning to rotate at the lower levels.
Have you seen any hail just yet? We had seen some signals down in Texas now, some of those storms firing on the dry line, the Weather Service warning them for up to baseball-sized hail already.
Thankfully, not yet in our location. We have not seen much in the way of hail. If it was any, it was very small. We finally have gotten out ahead of this storm that we're targeting, and now we're just trying to get a good view of the base of it, see how healthy it is and if it's maturing.
So Brandon, we can see your GPS icon. You're well off to the south and east of Wichita, right on the border there in between Kansas and Oklahoma. Are you moving west now? Are you headed toward that storm back to your west?
Right now, I'm headed south on State Route 75, headed towards the Bartlesville area. We're not going to go that far south. We are targeting the storm that's just to our west, but we're trying to find a good area with good visibility to be able to see what the structure is like right now.
Yeah, we can see some of that on radar, and it does appear as though that particular storm has a pretty good-looking hail core embedded within it. So what's the plan here? You're going to get a good picture of this. What are you thinking plays out here over the next few hours?
So I definitely think as the time progresses, we'll see these storms slowly mature and get their act together. I think the tornado potential is really going to increase in the next within the next 3 hours or so. Once we see that low-level jet really start cranking, that's when we're seeing the tornado potential rise later this evening, and that'll probably come in about 2 hours or so.
Yeah, these have been some healthy storms right at the onset of this event, and some significant concern moving forward, not just through what's left of this evening and tonight, but another day of this tomorrow. That's exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. Thank you. Now, the early threat, as we were just talking about, from this storm system, big wind gusts and large hail, but that will change to tornadoes as we head into the latter portion of this evening and overnight. All right, let's talk about that sequence, why we think that will start off as hail with the main concern, and that'll shift into tornadoes. And Adam, it has a lot to do with the wind shear, which there's plenty right out of the gate here, but it's unidirectional for now.
Right, that's exactly it. So we're waiting for those winds a little bit closer to the ground to ultimately interact. We don't have that right now. Instead, we're looking at a situation where it's going to be more of that vertical development instead of the spinning.
Right. There's a lot of instability or buoyancy at the surface, which can generate these powerful updrafts and produce big hail. We were talking about this. Can you recall a hatched area this large? This is almost 1,000 miles. Dylan was just measuring it from Texas all the way up to St. Louis.
It is a huge area where people could be seeing some really significant hail. The types that it doesn't come down in such wide areas almost ever.
Right, and we never miss the opportunity to actually show you how big this is. I'm gonna put this clicker in my pocket here. What do we have? We've got a baseball, slightly larger than that, and I think a softball, which didn't congeal as well.
You want one of these?
This is the baseball. It's 2 3/4 inches. So yeah, that's the split finger grip on that. 2.75 inches. The softball right there, in order to generate a stone that large, Adam, you need an updraft of about 100 miles per hour. So that shows you how much energy, how much buoyancy is in this severe weather setup.
I mean, it takes incredible strength for these updrafts. It takes a really moisture-rich environment to have enough moisture to let these build and build and build in the atmosphere. And then obviously with that much updraft, if it's going to be heavy enough that it's going to come down, it is going to come down fast and it is going to come down hard. So you're talking about pieces of ice like this falling at 100 miles an hour.
That's the issue. For a 4-inch or so, or softball size hail, It weighs about 12 ounces and it falls at 100 miles per hour. So you can easily understand why there's concern to life and property. You don't want to get hit by that, almost weighing a pound, falling at 100 miles per hour.
No, you see the videos sometimes where people go in the parking lot after a storm from work and cars are crushed, and you can really see why when you're talking about something this large coming down that fast.
Yeah, so just be aware of this. Now, later on tonight, once that jet streak moves in, the storms start turning. That's where the tornadic threat starts to ramp on up.
Yeah, we'll get those supercells spinning, and we're going to see a better risk of seeing tornadoes. But this is what we're looking at in the meantime.
Heavy rain over the weekend, leading to cars stalling out in flooded roads in California. This was the site on Highway 101 in Montecito on Saturday night. That area got more than 5 inches of rain between Friday night and Sunday. Heavy rain in a short period of time. Montecito firefighters responded to several calls of flood damage, wires down, fallen trees, even gas leaks throughout the city. Adam, that is a drop in the bucket. What an active start out west to 2024.
You are absolutely right. In a higher elevation.
Turn off the lightning, a lot of lightning with this, and just take a look. This is where we are tracking the potential for very large hail. And you can see that's just to the west of Copen and Caney. These are in Oklahoma, so you want to make sure you're seeking shelter before these storms come through, because we are seeing that large hail with these storms. So that is going to be according to our triple threat, where we can kind of dissect the storm and see what's happening within that. As we head further to the north here, just to the north of St. Joseph, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Harrison County, and also this is for Gentry County, Missouri. Again, we can see damaging wind and hail with these storms as they continue to push to the east here. And as we track this and just take a look today, that hail potential is going to be a big one for cities like Oklahoma City, for Muskogee, for Tulsa. And as we take a look here at Tulsa and just time this out, you can see by this afternoon, we start to see, especially in Oklahoma City, I'll go back a little bit, look what happens around 5, 6 o'clock, all of those strong storms that are continuing to develop. So these have the potential to be rotating. We can see tornadoes within these, we can see large hail, and we can see gusty winds as this all moves through. And then by Tulsa, you're looking a little later, Muskogee also, it's by about 8 o'clock those storms come through. And then a few more isolated ones tonight. That's around 11 o'clock. So you just want to make sure you're staying in tune with the weather as these storms continue to work their way through. As we head further to the north here, we have been seeing some of those storms just to the north of Lafayette. And then also snow. Look at the snow in spots like Green Bay. Appleton seeing some of that snow. South Dakota, you still have some winter weather advisories in place, as we are still seeing some of that snow for this portion of the country. And let's head to Wisconsin and talk more about what you can expect.
Oh man, slow-mo snow, one of my favorite during the months of December, January, February. I don't know, we're here into April now, and late season snow is on its way. Holmen, Wisconsin, just on the east side of the Mississippi River. It's just north of La Crosse, and you don't have any winter alerts technically there, though we expect some rain and snow to continue in and around Holmen through tomorrow. But a winter storm watch has been issued for Green Bay, Wisconsin. Yes, no joke here. Houghton, Michigan, not in it yet, but still over to Marquette, Sault Ste. Marie, over to Sturgeon Bay. There may be as much as 6 to 12 inches of snow accumulation in parts of Wisconsin and Michigan tomorrow to Wednesday, along with wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Already expecting moderate impacts in and around Green Bay, Milwaukee, and Alpena. And if you're wondering if this is a little late, well, technically not. I mean, the amount of snow probably is a little bit late, but we typically in late March to the first couple of weeks of April get that last measurable snowfall across the Great Lakes. Here's why. This is the northern cold side of this low-pressure system, the same upper-level energy, just making things wild across the central United States this afternoon. By the time we get into tomorrow and Wednesday, the system slows, starts wrapping in colder air, and rain changes to snow with gusty winds. And I want to bring Jackie back in because, Jackie, doesn't it feel like Mother Nature is playing some kind of April Fool's joke on us here?
It really does, because there is a lot going on across the country, but no joke here, Steve.
I know. I already fell for one today.
You
about
did.
A local ski resort using a rescue cat instead of a rescue dog, and I fell for it.
Like you did. You're like, hey guys, he told the whole newsroom. He's like,
rescue
hey guys,
kitty.
there's a little rescue kitty. And everyone's like, ah. And then Rob was like, I'm pretty sure that's the April Fool's joke.
And it was.
And it was. That's okay. All right, well, let's take a look at some of these Southwest snow reports that we have seen in Lewis Peak, Nevada. We've seen 8 inches, Snowmass, Colorado. We have seen 8 inches there. And your record daily rainfall, a half an inch in Phoenix, Arizona, beating out that old record that was 0.27 inches in 1949. We still see those winter weather alerts in place, winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories. Those are in the purple. And still more of that rain and snow lingering around. So that is going to be by this afternoon. Continuing to see more rain and snow. That's your Tuesday morning around Socorro. And then finally we start to see things taper off a bit. But we can still see some pretty heavy localized amounts. Upwards of a foot of snow is going to be a possibility.
Take you through what we can expect here with Storm Tracker 2 HD. 76 in Atlanta, warm and dry. We're scanning all of Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. No rain locally. I don't expect any for the evening. The threat for the strong and severe storms comes with this system developing to the west. So a couple of points. You can see gaps in this area of storms. Those will fill in as we head through the evening hours. The red on the map, tornado watches, where tornadoes can develop and may develop as we head through the take a while to get here. We're talking being about 24 hours away from Georgia, perhaps a little bit longer than that. So let me take you through that timeline. What we can expect in the short term, clouds, south dry conditions. That'll be the case through the night into the morning hours. Your Tuesday morning commute, cloudy and dry, no problems there. And then those showers and storms coming in into the evening hours as we head through, say, between 6 and 9 p.m. That's when these storms will be moving first into northwest Georgia. That's where the risk for severe weather is greatest in Georgia. These will weaken a little bit, move in. That's good news, but it is definitely not falling apart. There's the risk for strong and severe storms right through Metro Atlanta and even to the south and east. So this is 2 a.m., not tonight, tomorrow night, into the pre-dawn hours of Wednesday morning through 4 a.m., pushing to the east of the metro area. And as we head towards daybreak, we're going to see that all move out. Again, that's daybreak on Wednesday. Severe weather tomorrow night into early Wednesday. The bullseye is to the north over Ohio, level 4 threat on the 1 to 5 scale there. Significant tornado outbreak possible to the north, but a level 3 risk in parts of northwest Georgia. That's significant. Damaging winds, large destructive hail. Those are the 2 main and most likely impacts, but some tornadoes are a possibility. And then as it moves into and through the metro area and the rest of North Georgia, still level 2 threat on the 1 to 5 scale. So widespread rain, scattered, embedded, strong and severe storms, damaging wind gusts and hail, also the primary threats. But a brief tornado can't be ruled out as we head from Tuesday night into the early Wednesday morning hours. The rainfall potential with this system, not likely enough to cause any significant flood problems. A couple of isolated spots could have a little more than an inch. Most of us in the blue, that's half 1 inch of rainfall. Then we're going to turn cooler beyond the system. Here it is, your 5-day forecast of the weekend.
That's the first time we've seen this. We've got a considerable tag for 2 reasons. The damage threat is there. That is an upgrade over a baseline severe thunderstorm warning. You've got winds up to 70 miles per hour. Look at the hail size, 2.5 inches, almost the size of a baseball. And when you look at the reflectivity right over Caney, back to the west of Coffeyville, clearly that's the Doppler radar seeing a huge target. But what I was getting to is this. The threat tornado possible. It's the first time we've seen that tag used by any of these storms by the National Weather Service. There is some broad rotation within this. If that tightens up, we may see the Weather Service upgrade that to a tornado warning. We move farther off to the south down into Texas. This is both sides of Interstate 20. That's Abilene in West Texas. For reference, you've got severe thunderstorms both north and south of I-20. These are for winds and hail. Those are down along the dry line. So this whole swath has been indicated with severe weather potential, tornado watches, severe thunderstorm watches. The red is the tornado watches. I would treat this whole zone in through here as if it was under a tornado watch. That threat is there, even in southeastern parts of Kansas, where we have the tornado possible. This is something incredible to look at. And we're keeping an eye on this. We wanted to show you the measurements on some of this. That whole hatched area, it's about 1,000 miles in distance, incredibly large. Anywhere within this, we see the potential for baseball plus size hail. A baseball being 2.75 inches in diameter. So a huge chunk of the middle of the country seeing that large hail potential, in addition to the big wind gusts and the tornadic threat that ramps up as we move forward through this evening with that jet streak, some extra energy in the middle levels of the atmosphere, kicking up the tornadic potential with time as we move through what's left of this evening. That is what to expect for this evening, Adam. But then you look at tomorrow, you say, hey, wow, it's the first time we've seen the level 4 this spring. Yeah, the first time. Tomorrow is the second time.
Yeah, so let's do it all over again, right? We see that 4 out of 5 scale. Smaller area there, but it does cover almost the entire state of Ohio, where we see the focus for the worst weather. But again, typically a 3 out of 5 is something that really kind of gets us heightened, and that is a huge area.
Yeah, this zone in through here, this was tweeted out earlier by the Weather Service office in Pittsburgh. That's the zone for day 2 that they haven't had a level 4 out of 5 threat since back, I believe it was July of 2014, so almost a decade since they've had that there.
Yeah, so for tomorrow, that's probably our best bet of seeing some tornadic activity. Not the only spot where you could see it, but maybe the best bet. And then as you continue through the day, eventually you're going to see a line of storms kind of line up here from Kentucky down to Tennessee, beginning there at 6 p.m., really kind of coming together. And those could be really powerful storms with, yes, some hail, but straight line winds would be a major concern with this.
Yeah, that's kind of the difference between tomorrow's portion of this event and today. Good chunk of the day today, we were waiting for the storms to fire. Clearly they have now, and they'll be sustaining themselves through the evening and tonight. Tomorrow, there's storms effectively ongoing throughout the day, but the strongest of the bunch with the daytime heating, afternoon and evening.
It's a really good point. You might wake up in one of these areas and say, oh, it's storming, this is the severe weather, but it's going to be later in the day. Just don't be surprised if you see a couple of rounds move on through.
Then all the way
There
through
is one
Wednesday,
new severe
it's still
thunderstorm
pouring
warning
into
for
the
Texas.
Appalachians. This is a likely flash flood threat Tuesday all the way into the middle of the week.
Yeah, and you're getting up into these hills where ultimately all of that water has to go somewhere. It rushes to the lower elevations, and then that water begins to rise, and it's really significant rainfall. And it's been saturated, especially up and down the East Coast. We've been having these low pressure systems run up it. The ground's wet, and there's more rain on the way.
Yeah, this is the flash flooding by definition. You're saying it's waterlogged in a lot of these spots, plus the terrain you get in some areas, which may be in excess of 3 inches of rain. That rushes into the valleys and causes flooding quickly.
And I know, like New York City, we're about over it. It's been raining nonstop, it seems like, and another couple inches is on the way.
Yeah, avert your eyes for the I-95 corridor, as what we know well, we've got more of it moving in.
So this storm system, as we continue to track it, it's going to be moving up a little further to the north in Canada, going to team up with another low pressure system. Those combined, it's going to bring some snow to northern New England. This is snow that was coming down over the weekend across Castle Hill, Maine. If you thought, hey, good, this is maybe the last snow. No, a bigger, more robust snow ultimately is on the way. Here's the setup allowing it to happen, right? We've been tracking this low pressure system, showing the severe today, showing the severe tomorrow, and then as you get into Wednesday and Thursday, that low pressure system combines with another, and suddenly we're talking more about snow. You see all of the moisture. It really is rich in moisture out in front of this low. The temperatures are going to begin to drop because of another low coming up off the coast. That's going to pull in some colder air, and there it is. As you pull in that colder air between them, you're going to start to see
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Here you are Wednesday at 6 p.m. It's beginning to fill in with snow. That's only going to fill in more overnight and continuing in through the day on Thursday. Now, if you're right along the coast, not a snow event, right? Which is why flooding's possible. We were just telling you how saturated the ground is. So from New York all the way across Long Island, wrapping up along the coast, including Boston and getting into portions of Maine. These are all spots where you could see some flooding because of all the moisture on the way. But as soon as you head a little bit inland, it becomes a snow event. You're talking about the Catskills. You're talking about the Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York, the White Mountains, and then continuing up into Maine. Some of these purple colors, 1.5 to 2 feet of total snowfall across these areas. This is a big wintry storm, especially when you start to think about the winds that are going to be moving through. Here you are Wednesday at 3 p.m., 30, 40 mile an hour winds in Albany, 40, 50 mile an hour winds in Boston. This is a proper winter feeling storm, even though we're continuing to move through spring.
The start of the Atlantic Basin hurricane season is exactly 2 months from today. And by all accounts, we're looking at another busy tropical season. Last week, I
There
took
is
part
one
in
new
the
severe
National
thunderstorm
Hurricane
warning for
Conference that was down
Kentucky
in
and Ohio.
Orlando. We'll talk about what we discussed there and what we learned when Fox Weather comes right back. But first, a look at your regional forecast.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos
There is one
claiming
new
to
severe
instantly get
thunderstorm
rid of
warning for
bags under your
Texas.
eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags.
These strong storms continue to develop. As we take a look in Texas, we do have, again, in Shackelford, Texas, the destructive severe thunderstorm warning it could be for a large hail or 80-mile-per-hour gusts there. Stevens, Texas, you also have a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we do have Callahan, Texas. So these storms are very strong. As I'll turn on, look at all of that lightning embedded within this. So very strong storms. Gusty winds, large hail, all that potential that's going to be there. So you want to make sure you continue to seek shelter. I'll show you as these continue to move to the east. And this is what we can see through this afternoon and through this evening as this system pushes to the east here. As we head further to the north there, we've been seeing strong storms from Montgomery, Kansas, Nowata, Oklahoma, also seeing a severe thunderstorm warning, and Osage, Oklahoma, continuing to see some of those very strong storms. And if we take a look here at the local radar, I'll turn off all of this lightning. Look at this hail core here just to the west of Coffeyville. So you want to make sure you have your stuff indoors. You want to make sure you're in the interior room or basement. And if you don't have a basement, again, you want to make sure you have as many walls around you as possible. This gives us a look inside the storm. And look at this, what we're seeing here. The potential for some very large hail is going to be there. And that's giving us a radar indicated about 3-inch hail. So these storms have the potential to produce large hail. So make sure you continue to stay on track with that and on guard in general. Now, as we head further to the north here, we have been seeing rain around Quincy, Springfield, also some storms here. Turn the lightning back on embedded just to the west of Fort Wayne. A strong storm here just to the along 35 in Iowa. And then on the northern half of this, we've been seeing snow. So we do continue to see snow from Green Bay to Wausau to Oshkosh, also seeing some of that snowfall. And so we continue to monitor snow and even some mixed precipitation as well embedded within this. As we take a look nationally, we've also been seeing a little bit of that precipitation work its way around spots in the Four Corners, seeing a little bit of that snow and rain with that. But really, one of the portions we're really watching is just going to be Texas, Oklahoma, all the way up north today, because again, we do have that potential. That large portion of the country
There
has
is
the
one
potential
new
to see
severe
these very
thunderstorm
strong
warning for
storms.
Kansas.
Let's talk more about that right now with Steve, because it's going to be quite the event.
I know. I just saw a report just came in while you were doing radar.
Yes.
88-mile-per-hour wind observed.
Woo!
Albany, Texas.
Yep.
That's the storm heading toward Breckenridge in Stevens County.
Destructive, yeah.
Yeah, 88 miles per hour.
That is a very strong wind gust, so that's knocking stuff over.
Right.
Think about power outages as well as these storms move through.
I believe it was that same storm, or one nearby, had produced a baseball-sized hail.
Baseball-sized?
2.75 inches.
Wow.
So here we go. These storms are really getting going. Thank you, Jackie. We'll check back in with Jackie in just a moment to talk eclipse stuff. But as we look at Nugent, Texas, there's that baseball-sized hail report, 2.75 inches in diameter. Marshall, Oklahoma, that is Hennig or lime-sized hail, 2 inches thick. And then quarter-sized hail in Hennessy, Oklahoma, Peru, Kansas, Kankakee, Illinois, and to King City in Missouri. On the northern extent of the severe weather potential, we're covering both sides, but it's a big area today, so we're kind of honing in on your neighborhood, your state, your county. We do have a tornado watch that remains in effect for St. Joseph, Kansas City, Nevada, Lake Ozark, Springfield, and Joplin, as well as Branson and Missouri. So much of western Missouri under that tornado watch until this evening past sunset, until about 11 o'clock, with an existing severe thunderstorm watch as we get into parts of eastern Kansas. So we have the overlap here, the stronger wind gusts more likely towards St. Louis and Cape Girardeau, and then the larger hailstones more likely back to the west toward Kansas City to Wichita. Then right in the middle, you get this dark shade that's most subject to both sizes of that and both hazards of the significant severe weather. And that I-44 and the I-70, I-49 corridors from St. Louis to Springfield could be some more significant tornadoes. The modeling taking us through that moderate risk all the way through 9 o'clock Central Time, the enhanced risk all the way here to Cincinnati. Those thunderstorms could last deep into tonight, into the wee hours of the morning, perhaps even by tomorrow morning through Indianapolis, Springfield, Illinois, to Springfield, Missouri. Do us a favor, stay weather aware, stay weather ready, or paying attention to the weather and getting prepared to take action just in case. Now we're counting down the days. We're officially less than a week away from the eclipse, because by this time next week it will already have occurred. Jackie, this is an exciting time to be alive, isn't it?
It is, and you're going to be there in the path of totality.
I plan to chase the eclipse.
Nice.
I'll let you know where a little bit later on.
Okay, yeah, we don't need stalkers.
Yes, I know, a little secret location that I have up my
location.
sleeve. But it's a thin zone of the totality, Jackie, only for about an hour, about 2:30 to 3:30 Eastern Time.
And as far as that cloud cover goes, it's still somewhat far out, but we are seeing some of that cloud coverage, and some folks not seeing a ton of cloud coverage the further north you get, so that's good.
Yeah, it could be cloudier toward Texas, which is kind of against the normal for this time of the year, and clearer up to the northeast, which is also opposite of what we'd expect. But you want to make sure you do this safely.
I cannot with this.
I whip these up as a joke, but folks here have been showing them. They love them. Regular sunglasses, no. Solar sunglasses, yes.
Yeah, don't wear your regular sunglasses and get your eyes burned.
We don't want that.
We do not want that.
We don't condone that.
No.
Proper eyewear, have fun. We'll have more on the eclipse forecast as it approaches.
When you download the Kroger app, enjoy over $500 in savings every week with digital coupons and earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. You can always discover more ways to save big every day. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
right now on Weather Nation, we take you out to Hansville, Washington. Some of that view out there overlooking the waters on Sunday. A beautiful look here in Washington where things have been a little bit quieter over the last couple of days. And it's feeling a lot more like spring, but kind of feeling like the end of springtime because of how warm some of these temperatures are. But we will be watching some rain and snow returning back into the region. We're going to start across the northern Rockies where it is a nice and quiet forecast the rest of the day today through a lot of tomorrow, and then Wednesday you start to bring in more of those rain chances
There's one
back
new severe
starting
thunderstorm
in northern
warning for
Idaho,
Texas.
moving into western Montana, and then eventually we will see some of that moisture push farther inland by the afternoon and evening. As far as through about 5 o'clock in the afternoon Wednesday goes, a little bit of rainfall, a little bit of that higher elevation snow, but not expecting to be a big snow or big rainmaker by any means. Temperature-wise tonight, down to freezing for Billings, 20s for Miles City and Glasgow, down into the 20s across portions of Wyoming, Cheyenne, 27 degrees. Over the next couple of days, you'll still feel a lot more of that warmth for tomorrow. Check out Missoula, 71 degrees for that high temperature. You're typically around 52, so definitely feeling a lot warmer than that. Still in the high 60s Wednesday, and then you're closer to seasonal by Thursday. If you're in Billings, you'll be in the 70s Wednesday, Thursday, so actually seeing a little bit more of that warming trend. Missoula, Montana, the rain comes back in and it kind of lingers through the weekend. So you are seeing temperatures down several degrees below that average mark by this weekend, with showers kind of sticking around. Across the Pacific Northwest, seeing a little bit of that increased cloud cover closer to the coast, and then by tomorrow night you start to see a couple more of those showers coming in. The Olympic Range out into Washington, getting a little bit of some snowfall up in those higher elevations through the Cascades even. Not seeing any alerts at the moment, but enough of that active weather if you're traveling to and from up through those mountain passes. Could encounter a little bit of slowdowns, a couple of those slick roadways, but nothing that's completely out of the ordinary for us here, at least for the Pacific Northwest this time, with some of that higher elevation snow. Temperature-wise tonight, if you're in Seattle, 46 degrees, Baker City, 33, closer to the coast in Oregon. If you're out in Coos Bay, 45 degrees waking up tomorrow morning, and temperatures stay pretty consistent for us here. Up in Seattle, you're in the low to mid 50s the next few days. Boise, on the other hand, you'll see a little bit more of that cool down headed your way. The 70s Wednesday, Friday, you'll be in the 50s. Seattle, extended 7-day forecast for you. If you're already looking ahead to the weekend, you do have some rain in the forecast. Temperatures will be in the 50s, overnight lows in the 40s and the high 30s. Brookings, Oregon, once that rain kind of comes through, it does stick around all the way through the end of the work week and through your weekend. Temperatures will be in the 40s and the 50s through much of the week ahead. Tomorrow will be one of the warmer days for you, sitting in the low 60s. Let's now take you to the southwest. Rob has a closer look at our forecast here.
Yeah, wow, what a beautiful shot from Owens Valley, California. If you're able to catch it real early, you can see Mount Whitney there, highest peak in the lower 48. That's kind of spinning around through the Owens Valley, looking down towards Bishop, and then eventually up towards White Mountain, one of the 14ers in California. I think they have 13 or 14 of those, but 14,000-foot peaks, that is. Beautiful shot there from the fresh snow. And then in California, the 101, just south of San Jose, some hail coming down to the car. So it was an active start to the week in California. The low now is moving across the four corners with some rain and snowfall, still creating some gusty conditions in New Mexico, some high elevation snow and some low elevation rain. But we're going to dry out a little bit as we head through the next day or two before a storm system returns to Northern California toward Wednesday. Phoenix picked up half an inch of rain on Sunday. That broke an old record of just over a quarter of an inch set back in 1949. We had upwards of 4 to 8 inches of snow in some of the higher peaks the last 24 hours. Snowmass picking up 8 inches of snow. Wolf Creek in the San Juans around 6 inches. Areas across Arizona and New Mexico around 3 to 6 inches of snow last 24 hours. Higher elevations near the Raton Pass, near Raton, New Mexico, just east of Taos, still under winter storm warnings, along with the mountains and southeastern portions of Arizona, and then some winter weather advisories that extend up to the Sangre de Cristos, just east of Alamosa, Colorado, and through the San Juan. So if you're driving to Wolf Creek, you still might have some issues getting over some of the passes at times, especially through the afternoon hours tonight. Look at this heavy snowfall coming down along the cold front, scattered rain showers still draped through portions of Arizona. And tonight, the moisture really gets concentrated along the cold front. So Santa Fe and Albuquerque, along with I-40 through eastern New Mexico, they'll have the chance for some quick downpours and brief snow accumulations through Tuesday morning. Tuesday afternoon, we have just enough instability for a few more pop-up showers down near Socorro and Silver City, but those showers should be clearing out fairly quickly. And then the middle of your week looks really nice. High pressure builds in, warm temperatures are on the way. And that's after we see another 6 to 12 inches of snow from the Sangre de Cristos up towards portions of southeastern Colorado. Wind advisories and high wind warnings are still in effect, though, for areas around Alamogordo, out to the east, including Roswell and Carlsbad, that are under wind.
Guild has the designers that get your heart racing. Dior, Valentino, and more. All at insider prices, new every day. The looks you want are yours.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Kansas and Texas.
You're showing you 6 different locations. That speaks to the sheer size of the storms tonight into the overnight hours. So Springfield, Missouri, already seeing the rain and the flags there, blustery conditions. Areas like Tulsa, that will enhance quickly as we do look at a spot like that where they could see not only that large hail, baseball size hail, but the potential for those tornadoes. So here's what we're looking at right now. Total current warnings, we have 14 of those. All of those are severe thunderstorm warnings, but when those supercells start to enhance, it will happen quickly, and we will be here to guide you through and track out those storms. As you'll notice, it goes from the Red River region, that's northern Texas and Oklahoma, and it wraps all the way back around into the Ohio Valley region. And then tomorrow, the Ohio Valley region will be electric yet again. So let's get into the dynamics, right? That's a broad view of this system for tonight. Now we need to talk about those active warnings right now and the concerns in the hours ahead.
You notice behind me, we got the whole team here in studio. We have Sam and Dylan. They're going to be tracking this out with me, along with so many of our meteorologists here at Fox Weather. Right now, here are the 2 tornado watches. This is now actually 3 of those because of St. Louis being included in on this last one, along with Central Illinois. But notice the time difference. So for areas of the Red River region all the way through northern Oklahoma, that goes until 9 p.m. local time. Areas of Kansas into Central Illinois, that goes till 12 a.m. Also, we have little pocket areas where we have severe thunderstorm watches. In total, we do have areas that are under those warnings actively right now. There's 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. That includes a population of over 215,000 people. But real quickly, before we move on, look at today's top wind reports. Notice that 88-mile-per-hour gusts for Albany, Texas. Then you go to Blackwell, Texas, 71-mile-per-hour gusts too. So on the backside, when you're looking at northern Texas, there are still some very robust storms. Taking you some live looks. Areas like Denton, Texas, that's just north of Fort Worth, and Dallas, I-35 corridor. That's going to be a spot that we have concern because those powerful winds are going to be perpendicular to that. So looking in right here, you see that line of severe thunderstorm warnings? Well, the trajectory and the movement of that has it gliding and ripping through to the northeast. Well, I-35 runs right here. If you're familiar with that, from Dallas and Fort Worth all the way up to Oklahoma City, and those winds are going to be pushing across that, and that's what we'll be tracking here as the southerly threat. Remember, we have almost nearly 1,000 miles of severe storms that could potentially fire up not only this evening, but into the overnight hours. As we look at those spots from San Angelo to Abilene, all the way up towards Wichita Falls, not only do we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but look at how electric that is. That is speaking to the volatility and instability of the atmosphere. Here's one that we want to highlight. This is Breckenridge, Texas, by the way, north of the I-20 corridor. This has a tornado possible tag to that. So there's that potential for rotation, and we'll zoom in. Look at that little notch mechanism, right? So that's that twist within this where we have on radar, they're looking at that rotation. Thankfully, though, when we zoom in, this is broad rotation where you have some of that gray in between. If there was red and green intersected together, that would be what we consider gate-to-gate shear. But because of that gap, this is relatively broad, but still speaks to the intensity of this storm. You'll see spots in here on red where you'll have that pink that bursts. That's where there's that potential of even stronger wind gusts, and why this is warned as a severe thunderstorm warning for Stevens and Young County until 5:30 local time, because the wind threat in and of itself is 70 miles per hour. That is going to meet the speed limit of any interstate that you're near, the I-20 corridor, and why these storms will outrun many people. We'll get into the safety concerns of a nocturnal threat and a driving threat. We have those tips for you that will pass along through the evening time. Right behind that, though, we also have in Callahan County another severe thunderstorm warning, but this one is tagged as tornado possible. So you can see the environment is conducive for this natural rotation. And so all it takes is for one of these to really get its energy together and balance, and this could create that concern of tornadoes on the ground. Remember Albany, that's where we had the strongest wind gusts of 81 miles per hour, right? So what does that cause? That causes a roof to be blown off of a home. That is a concern, because if you have more storms that pick up after this, now you have an entire family that's vulnerable. Hopefully they're able to seek shelter at a neighbor's place or at a nearby shelter. Blackwell, down to the south of I-20, they also had a 71 mile per hour gust. So truly the I-20 corridor by Abilene and Saltwater is conducive to these concerns. Also, I looked at these storm reports in Saltwater. They had numerous power poles that were down because of these strong wind gusts. So that's going to be another concern out of this event, is the power outages as we push through the overnight hours. Why? You want to make sure you have those devices charged right now before you go to bed and you tuck in for the night. This is going to be an overnight threat for many. You want to have those, whether it's your phone, a tablet, something that has those notifications that you can receive overnight and that it's fully charged in case you do lose power. Let's get to another location. This is going to be north of where we've been at. And this is in an environment that I've been watching when Ian Oliver was on and he was talking with Brandon Kopic and Corey Gurkin. This is the Kansas and Oklahoma border. And this is really in southern Kansas, out by Mount Pleasant, where they have a tornado possible. And this is what we consider gate-to-gate shear, where the green meets the red right in here. And so that is that velocity couplet that shows you that there is good rotation embedded. This is still a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. Look at the wind speed, 70 miles per hour, and now hail size, I believe that's up to baseball size hail. That is a significant hail threat as we get into this. Great job by our team here highlighting this is the hail tracker. Whenever you get to that dark color, when it looks like it's so purple that it actually turns black, that is a potential of really 2-inch in diameter or greater. If we get back to this, that one little white dot, I had measured it earlier. That was actually 3-inch in diameter hail right on northern Oklahoma. Great job. See, there we go. We have that highlighted. And so what does this tell us, right? This says the history of this storm, even as it leaves Oklahoma and comes into Kansas, is still volatile, is still energized, and is bringing significant hail to areas like Independence, Parsons, Oswego, southern Kansas. And this is the trajectory and environment really for the overnight hours. It's just going to enter a new territory, and it's going to be destructive as you look at that threat here. So again, this is where we do have our Fox Weather exclusive storm trackers, Brendan Kopic and Corey Gerken. They've been in this environment, and they have been in this area tracking these storms. And so we'll continue to try to come in and talk with them at times. This is Coffeyville, Kansas, where Corey's giving us a live visual and why this is so difficult. If we could drop the banner real quickly, because you can see the underside of these thunderstorms, it is potent. But when we take away the banner, and now you're looking at the rain shaft that's coming down, it is blinding at times. And why these could be rain-wrapped systems here. And Corey, if you can hear me, we'd love to talk to you in the next couple of minutes. I know you're tracking there in Coffeyville, Kansas. This is Steve Bender, by the way, with Fox Weather, and we will talk with you hopefully here in the next few minutes about the visuals that you are seeing here. Notice as we kind of look at the visuals, there's kind of a grainy feed at times. At times it can be difficult to get that service, but we'll continue to talk with them. Here, I want to show you a broad view of this system now as we look at the severe storm threat through the entire evening time. So if we can come back to the graphics here real quickly as we look at the setup here, because where we were just talking with Corey or looking at his live visual there, and it's below me too as a reference point, is this warned storm just north of the significant threat. But do you see how this entire threat stretches, and you notice narrows, but it leans out towards St. Louis, towards Cincinnati, Champaign. These areas are that overnight threat. And so for much of the day, it may have been quiet for you, but you can't let your guard down for the Ohio Valley region and the Midwest tonight, because this energy that's spilling in from the southern plains will still be potent and robust as it comes in into the early morning hours of Tuesday. And we'll talk about that threat for tomorrow as we get a little further into our show here. But for right now, we got to talk about the energy and why the atmosphere is allowing these storms to continue to not only become warned, and why they could be tornadic at times with that rotation, but long-lived. Remember, we just talked about one crossing from northern Oklahoma into Kansas. Here's why. This is the energy in the atmosphere. When you get to the darker red towards that pink shade, that is a high available energy where you could have a supercell that pops up just like that, right? And so you're looking at that environment in the Red River region and northern Oklahoma. I-40 corridor, Oklahoma City, even out towards Tulsa and Springfield, there is still plenty of potential, and why this area is under that significant tornadic risk. Whenever you see that polka dotted pattern, that for us is considered a hatched area. And so we highlight that as EF2 or greater potential for tornadoes, and oftentimes can be long track, meaning it can be on the ground for quite a while. Look below me, there is Corey Gerken, and that is what we consider a wall cloud. You see how it is lowering from the main cloud deck. And this is in Edna, Kansas right now. And again, I'm going to continue to talk. We have two-way communication with Corey. And at any time, I'm just kind of alerting you, Corey, if anytime we can't talk to you, that would be great if we bring this up. Because full screen right now, you see how north of where you're seeing the police car, look just up above that, how you see that lowering. It's almost like an anvil that's coming down. That means the thunderstorm is lowering. You'll have a damaging wind impact up to 70 miles per hour, but that easily can produce a funnel at times and get to the ground quickly for a tornado. And why this is warned as a tornado possible, bringing it back, this is never a good sign. You see that kidney bean shape here? That is a twisting that is starting to happen just south of Mound Valley and north of Canada. Again, this is all in Kansas, southern Kansas, north of Highway 66. This is why it's as a tornado possible. And I'm just getting... Okay, so I'm getting confirmation behind me from Sam. She believes that Corey Gherkin's actually traveling on this interstate right here, Highway 166, and he's between Coffeyville and Elm Grove. Remember, he was in Edna. So he is looking at, and he's looking to the north and seeing this wall cloud right here starting to lower in Canada. Why this is so important is because the National Weather Service is also looking at the reports from storm trackers like Corey Gherkin, and that's oftentimes when they may enhance a severe thunderstorm warning into a tornado warning, or they may enhance what they are seeing. So we have no radio communication with Corey Gherkin. Not a surprise, because look at the live visual below me. You see that interference? That's what gets difficult when you're in these rural areas, is to keep that ability to
There
communicate.
are 2 new
so you
warnings
have to
affecting
rely
Oklahoma
on the
and
tools that
Texas.
we have here, and look at that. That is never a good sign. Here's Highway 160 just to the west of Mount Pleasant. But if you look at the movement of this storm and couple it, it is tracking to the east. And so as we zoom in on this, that is where you have that gate-to-gate shear where you see that potential rotation. Remember, the radar site that we're using is actually out of Oklahoma. You saw that radar beam to the south. So if we can bring up that couplet one more time when we have the chance. Here's Coffeyville, by the way. We'll bring you a live visual when we have that potential. This is from our Fox exclusive storm tracker, Corey Gherkin. Notice how this is limited with the amount of people out on the roads. It's a good sign, but the rain is blinding at times. You can barely see that car in front of him with the taillights, and the windshield wipers are on overdrive. You can't have a higher setting than what Corey has already got there, and it's already blinding at times. So this is what we talk about when you have a rain rain shaft that comes through in a rain-wrapped system where you won't be able to actually get a great visual. Corey's not alone, by the way. He has Brandon Kopic, and Brandon Kopic is actually right into the rotation of this. He is closer to that rotation in Kansas right now. And so we're giving you side-by-side views. There is Brandon at Altamont, Kansas, and Corey again at Coffeyville. And so in between them is where these storms are warned in southern Kansas, and just shows you how difficult, because in Corey's, it's almost that pressure washer effect. You see how the sheets of rain are coming through, and you'll get this wave that spits up. Brandon has a little better visual at times when it comes in cleanly, but it's difficult to distinguish where you could get that wall cloud at all. If we could come back to radar here real quickly. I do want to bring in to show everybody, if you're watching Fox Weather, we are in southern Kansas right now. Here is Brandon Kopic. He is part of the team with Corey Gherkin and Vincent, and they are tracking these severe storms not only through the evening time but overnight. My concern is where Brandon Kopic is. On the northern side of that system, you have some nasty hill cores. You see those black dots that come up. That is going to be significant energy and strong updrafts. But do you see how it twists back around? That could show us that potential rotation. So here's where we stand. We have 2 active tornado watches along with 2 active severe thunderstorm watches. We're going to take a quick break here at Fox Weather. We're going to try to get our communication in set with our team out here, Brandon and Corey, and we'll come back with you with the live. With the live updates. So make sure you stay with us here on Fox Weather Live.
one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even
There
have a
is one
video,
new severe
and you'll notice the
thunderstorm
model
warning
has
for
bags
Kansas.
underneath his eyes and some.
Tennessee, and some spots in those higher elevations may actually see a little bit of snowfall from this system. Nashville, Tennessee, we go from the 80s, and within a couple days, our high temperatures are in the 50s, and that's the influence of this cold front that could spark severe weather. Across the East Coast, you can see that temperatures for Columbia, Tuesday, you're at 85, thunderstorms Wednesday, and by Thursday, temperatures only getting up into the 60s. So it will relieve us from some of this hot and mugginess across the southeastern United States, but it does come along with the price of strong to severe storms. Now, our last stop brings us down to the Gulf Coast and across the state of Florida here, where Wednesday could be our severe weather day if you live in northern and central Florida, Tampa, Daytona Beach, Melbourne. You're under risk for severe weather. It's on the lower end of the scale here, but we'll look at the timing for storms as we head into your Wednesday, a bit closer as we get through the middle part of the work week.
As the weather warms up, more motorcyclists are out on the roads. Both motorcycle riders and drivers need to be aware of their surroundings. Before turning, entering the road, or changing lanes, give a second look. Always check to make sure the road is clear for all vehicles, including motorcycles. Looking twice can help save a life. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds you to share the road with motorcycles.
Texas, and Caney, Kansas. And then you have other areas like Marshall, Oklahoma that have that egg-sized hail. And this is something that we could see continue to really start to enhance in the hours to come. Look below me. That is Coffeyville, Kansas. And that is a live visual from Corey Gherkin, one of our exclusive Fox Weather storm trackers. And he's been in this volatile environment that's from northern Oklahoma into southern Kansas. And so, Corey, if you can hear me right now, I'd love to get your insight on what this is like to track this storm, because at a time it looked like you had a visible wall cloud and then it got blinded by rain. So can you kind of give us the dynamics of what you've entered there in southern Kansas? And we're working on that communication with Corey right now.
Oh, hey, Steve, I was out for a bit while you re-asked the question.
And so there's Corey. Hey, Corey, we've been watching your live shot here from northern Oklahoma into southern Kansas. I saw a wall cloud at one point, and then you were blinded by rain. Can you kind of give us an insight of the dynamics there in southern Kansas?
Yeah, it seems like everything's pretty good from dynamic-wise. Got plenty of shear. Looks like we had two wall clouds. Maybe it was a handoff.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Currently, it looks like it's outflow dominant at the moment. We got the winds racing out in the north now. But as we get closer to the evening here or sunset and the low-level jet kicks in,
kind of thinking that's probably about the time
There is
frame
one new severe
we'll
thunderstorm
start seeing
warning for
tornadoes if they
Texas.
happen. That's the thought process so far.
Yeah, major concern, as you had mentioned, low-level jet hasn't even really kicked in. We've seen even areas of northern Texas have these severe thunderstorm warnings tagged with tornado possible, just like the storm that you were chasing there as well in southern Kansas. I saw earlier on X you had tweeted out, I want to save my windshield today. Please, I want to keep my windshield. What has it been like for you with large hail throughout this event?
So far, we just encountered hail for the first time. It was pretty small, and then I don't know if you caught it on the camera. We just had a big wind shift. Ones were coming out of the north, now they're racing out of the south. So we're definitely in a hot spot right now. But yeah, I've seen warnings saying hail up to 2.5 inches so far. It's definitely a big hail day.
And Corey, I got to imagine you can give us some great insight of what it's like to drive in this, because as you said, the wind shifts. That's tough for us to tell, but for you, that can almost pull the steering wheel out of your hand, right? Because you'll get this pressure washer that comes in that's blinding and then pulls you in a different direction. And so many in this region are trying to come home from work. How difficult is it to try to drive? And as I'm talking to you, I mean, you got about, what, 15, 20 feet of visibility at times?
Yeah, visibility goes to 0 in a heartbeat. And then, yeah, when the wind switches direction on you, it throws you off. You know, you got your wheel going in the one direction, and it switches, and I have to hurry up and correct it to the other way. So it definitely throws you off, and then it also makes you question, like, okay, what's happening here? Because you can't see anything, and you get that big change. So now you're trying to figure out if there's a possible tornado on the ground by us. If there would be, you know, the speed of the north right now. Winds are really ripping north right now.
Yeah, the winds are ripping right now, and I mean, this is actually allowing some of these storms to kind of twist a little bit and get some of that rotation. Is something that we'll be tracking here. Corey, please be safe through the evening time. We'll continue to talk, of course, as these storms really start to enhance. Great work out there. Please be safe. Let's get into some of those areas of concern in northeastern Oklahoma. Tulsa is one of those cities at the highest risk, right? And you're looking at areas that are just north of Oklahoma in southern Kansas, but we're using the radar site out of Tulsa. So just because, you know, we're talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma, the meteorologists at the National Weather Service, they track those storms in Kansas, even into Missouri at times, and even Arkansas. It is a massive undertaking. Let's talk to the National Weather Service Tulsa senior meteorologist, Karen Hatfield, who joins us now by phone. Karen, a long night ahead. Can you talk to us about really what the atmosphere is like there in southern Kansas as we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings?
So those storms that are in southern Kansas right now, they originated further to the southwest in parts of central Oklahoma and into northeast Oklahoma. So we've probably already seen some large hail in the part of northeast Oklahoma that we watch out for here. As we move into the evening, we are expecting coverage of those severe thunderstorms to increase. Probably, you know, somewhere here in the 6 to 9 p.m. time frame. And we're still looking for the potential for those high-end severe weather threats, including hail in the baseball to softball size range, possibly damaging wind gusts from 70 to 80 miles an hour, and also the potential for tornadoes, unfortunately.
It is all modes of severe weather and big concern tonight. We have some live visuals that are playing right now from Oklahoma City and courtesy of our storm tracker, Corey Gherkin. We take it live now to Oklahoma City, too. I think it's important to bring up what you had mentioned, Karen, is that you've already had significant hail. We had one report in northern Oklahoma at 2.75, so that's looking at the potential of baseball-size hail, but you're under that tornado watch. Can you talk to us about why so many of these severe thunderstorm warnings have that tornado possible tag right now?
Well, unfortunately today and continuing into the evening, we do have those ingredients that we look for. So there's plenty of surface-based instability that allows tornadoes to unfortunately develop to the surface. And as we move on into the evening, we also expect the low-level shear to increase as well with the increase in the low-level jet. So unfortunately, that potential for tornadoes is not going to go away once the sun goes down. So those of you who are in parts of eastern Oklahoma, parts of western Arkansas later on tonight, make sure that you have ways to receive tornado warnings. That will wake you up because this stuff could happen when most people are asleep.
It's such a good reminder there, and especially when you talked about a major wind event too. You don't know if power is going to sustain throughout the evening time, so it's best to charge it now. And tonight's one of those nights where you don't want to kind of be meandering around outside. You want to get home as quickly as possible and making sure you're staying updated with the weather, because that's something that's going to turn quickly and it's going to be volatile. National Weather Service Tulsa senior meteorologist Karen Hatfield, thank you for joining us here on Fox Weather, and good luck tonight, as I know you'll have a long night ahead.
And thank you. Good luck to you guys as well.
Thank you. We need it, as we're going to continue to track this here as a Fox Weather team. Looking south of Oklahoma, you had a look at the Texas Motor Speedway. This is a massive system stretching over 1,100 miles long. We're going to take a quick break, get the latest updates here and where these storms go next on the other side of the break, so make sure you stay with us.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Guilt has the designers that get your heart racing. Dior, Valentino, and more. All at insider prices, new every day. The looks you want are yours, at up to 70% off, but only if you act fast. Because 1 second they're here, and the next, they're gone. Designer sales at up to 70% off.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
That's $78.29.
Oh, I've only got $50. Take out the cheese puffs and the broccoli. I mean, who likes broccoli?
I don't. Only $22.87 to go.
It would be faster with the Empower app. Empower Cash Advance gives you up to $250 instantly. No late fees, interest, or credit checks.
I've got money. Keep the cheese puffs, but leave out the broccoli.
Get Empower Cash Advance from $10 to $250 instantly. Download the Empower app today.
And we're on a Fox Weather Alert because more than 60 million people are in the path of dangerous storms, and we're talking all modes of severe weather. When you look at this, it's going to go from the southern plains through the Midwest and into the Ohio Valley region into the overnight hours. And then it continues tomorrow. We're not talking about just the powerful tornadoes possible, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Large hail that could be up to
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for
Missouri. That's why we have the whole
Missouri.
team here. There's Dylan, there's Sam, and we have other Fox Weather meteorologists that are tracking this. Because see this? We have 6 different live visuals right now to show you how expansive this threat is. It's over 1,100 miles, and that's just for tonight. And so this is a powerful system that we continue to track. And the concern is that everything that we've already seen really doesn't even include the low-level jet that creates a little spinning rotation. And a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings we are seeing now could turn tornadic quickly. And so here is where I should say we stand. Total current warnings, 11 of those, and they're severe thunderstorm warnings. Many of those have a tag that says tornado possible. And then we look at the possibility of how many people are going to be at risk. As we mentioned off the top, 61 million. So let's get into this, because when you're looking at Central Time, many people are trying to get home. Maybe you're trying to get the kids from after-school programs, or maybe they had sports that were going on tonight. Hopefully they were able to make adjustments well out in advance and get home safely. I've already noticed that some schools around the country are actually closing tomorrow because of this severe threat. So make sure you're checking in on that. This is where we stand right now with the tornado watches. We have 2 of them. One of them includes the Red River region all the way up into northern Oklahoma. That goes until 9 p.m. Central Time. Then the newest one that's been issued is for portions of Kansas out towards central Illinois. That includes St. Louis, which is till midnight local time. Roughly in the tornado watch, over 10 million people. And then you'll notice there are some severe thunderstorm watches that are in place as well. Here's the stats. As you and I are talking right now, this is how many people are under those current warnings. Nearly 200,000. Still 17 million people at a risk for tonight. That is something that we can't emphasize enough. Just because it may have been a quiet day for you for most of the day, late this evening time into the overnight hours, the environment is conducive for these severe storms, whether it's tornadoes, large hail, or damaging winds. Look at the damaging wind that's already happened in areas like Texas. Albany, 88 miles per hour. Blackwell, Texas, 71. Caney, Kansas, 70 mile per hour gusts. And then you look at the large hail already coming to fruition, already happening in Nugent, Texas, and Caney, Kansas, where they've had baseball-sized hail. Did you see the overlap for Caney, Kansas? They had 70 mile per hour gusts and baseball-sized hail in that same storm. It can all happen at once, and it can happen just like that. We have Coffeyville, Kansas right below me right now. That's courtesy of our Fox exclusive storm tracker, Corey Gherkin. He's been tracking those storms, and he's talked about his concern of that low-level jet getting incorporated here in the next hour and creating even more twisting. He just witnessed roughly 15 minutes ago 2 wall clouds. That's where you have the thunderstorm, and you'll see a lowering, and you have a wind that really starts to enhance, and oftentimes that can spawn or produce a tornado. So let's get into that environment where we have a live visual. The threat is considerable for these 2 warned areas. And so you have winds up to 70 miles per hour, and that is blitzing through. And notice here, well out in front of this, is the I-49 corridor. That's going to be just outside of Joplin, Missouri. You take I-44 north from Tulsa, and you get into Missouri. This is the Ozarks. Important to know the region and the topography. The Ozarks are going to be mountains that are 2,200 feet. So now you're going to lose that visibility off to your west. It's a heavily wooded area. I've been into this region oftentimes. Many years I lived in areas of northern Louisiana and Arkansas. And when you get the wooded areas, 2 concerns pop to mind. Line of sight diminishes. Of course, we're getting into a nocturnal threat when the sun starts to set here soon. And then oftentimes those trees can blow over quickly, and that turns into a devastating threat. So again, for this severe thunderstorm warning that's now pushing to the state line. You see Pittsburgh and Arcadia? That line right here, I'm going to draw it for you. That is the line from Kansas into Missouri. And so you'll see there's a strong cutoff. But that doesn't mean that, okay, the environment in Missouri, it just stops. It's going to enter a new territory, and there's going to be likely a warning here for the I-49 corridor. Here's another component to that. The movement of this is going to be perpendicular to those major interstates, whether it's I-35 to the south right into this zone, or I-49 in this zone of western Missouri. And so when you have that perpendicular wind threat, that allows high-profile vehicles or even cars to be blown around through this event. We talked with Corey Gherkin not too long ago about that threat, where it's blinding rain, and when the wind changes direction quickly, it is difficult to keep that traction on the road. Where Corey's at right now, notice there's a few more people, but keeping a healthy stopping distance. You want to extend that stopping distance in situations like this. Let's shift our focus now a little further south and the threat that looms for Fort Worth and Dallas. By the way, this big circle is Fort Worth. It's not far. If we could bring out the measuring tool when we get a chance to show you how far this is from areas like Fort Worth, because the warnings are just outside of Graham and Weatherford for 70-mile-per-hour gusts, and we're looking at 60 miles from Fort Worth with the potential of that pushing in. And notice south of there, severe storms draped along the I-20 corridor. So this is the time to get home, right? You don't want to be in Fort Worth and Dallas contending with that traffic, trying to race these storms. It's better to get home and be able to get into your safe place than to be trying to pull into your neighborhood as these storms come in. Looking at this area, it is a destructive threat because of two parameters. The wind speed, 70 miles per hour, and notice the hail-sized baseball. Look at that nasty hail core that's starting to form, and guess what? This area, I'm going to block out everything else. You see that white speck? That is the potential for 3-inch in diameter hail as well. This is a southerly threat. Now let's go to the northern threat that's really going to emerge, and let's talk about Kansas City and those spots that have to be on guard for what could happen tonight. We'll bring you live into Kansas City right now. You'll see that's the Kansas City Royals off in the distance, and then the downtown area where so many are trying to get out from work and to get back home. We'll bring in the National Weather Service Kansas City meteorologist Brett Williams, who joins us by phone right now. And Brett, this looks like a big concern for the overnight threat. Kind of talk about the dynamics that you have seen so far for Kansas City and the concern in the coming hours.
Sure, yeah. Thankfully, we haven't had anything too extreme at this point. Storms to our west. There was one that was severe warned southwest of Lawrence, Kansas. That's just a little bit west of the Kansas City metro. Those storms have weakened now as they've headed off to the east-northeast toward the Kansas City metro. We've got storms that are probably producing some sub-severe hail right now, maybe pennies to nickels, kind of west of the KC Metro, now heading into the Kansas side suburbs. And then on the northwest side of the KC Metro now in northern Platte County up toward the Kansas City airport. Again, that storm might be producing some sub-severe hail. But so far, things have been cooperating pretty well for us. The cold front's just to the west of those storms right now. So I think for the Kansas City Metro, I'd say between now and, say, 7, maybe 7:30, it's going to be their prime time. Hopefully storms continue to be sub-severe at this point. That's obviously the hope, but can't discount the fact that they could increase in intensity and be worthy of some severe thunderstorm warnings with some large hail, maybe some damaging winds. But so far, the KC Metro things are looking okay at the moment.
That's a good sign, but as you had said, you hope for it to not be severe, hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst, and you are under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. local time for you. And so you had talked about the cold front. Can you talk about how so many of these severe thunderstorm warnings has the tag possible for tornado potential possible with that, and that low-level jet with your concern in those areas of Missouri?
Yeah, as you mentioned, that low-level wind shear is what's causing a lot of this rotation that we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of these tornado possible tags on these warnings, not for us up here in KC, but for some other areas. But yeah, anytime you have that low-level wind shear, you're going to have a chance for some rotation development there toward the surface. I'd say for the rest of the evening for the KC Metro, obviously we can't discount the possibility of a tornado or two. Not our main concern at the moment. I think later this evening there may be a line of storms that develop and move through kind of just southeast of the KC Metro, almost toward like Lake of the Ozarks area of central Missouri. And there could be the potential for some brief tornadoes on the leading edge of that as we head into the evening hours. So, yeah, I mean, there is a chance for tornadoes right now at the moment here in the KC Metro, though we're not particularly concerned for that. But, of course, elsewhere across the plains and the Midwest and the south central U.S., there are some tornado concerns at the moment.
And we'll be continuing to watch it, as I know you will, too. The next hours are crucial for Kansas City and those areas of Missouri. So, National Weather Service, Kansas City meteorologist Brett Williams, we appreciate your time and good luck tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And let's talk about that threat, not only for tonight, but in the coming days, right? We're talking about what's expected for tomorrow as we have another 4 out of 5 risk, right? Back-to-back significant threats. And so we have the quad box out. That means we have 4 different locations to show you the volatility and, again, why this is such an expansive threat, why it's such a powerful threat from the south all the way up into the upper Midwest. By the way, here's the Fox alert system here showing you that consistently we have severe thunderstorm warnings. I think once we get that low level shear, that will start to change and we'll get a lot of red with the potential tornado warnings. Show you a live look. Here's that confirmation of the severe concerns in areas like Kansas. This is Coffeyville, Kansas, courtesy of Corey Gerken, one of our Fox weather exclusive storm trackers. I want to get into tomorrow, right? We talked a lot about what's happening now and expected tonight, but notice this energy continues to drift to the east, impact the Tennessee and Ohio Valley region. In this purple area, that's where we have that significant threat, and this is a concern because spots like Pittsburgh, by the way, they haven't been in this threat since July of 2014, so nearly a decade since they've experienced this potential. And by the way, since we're still removed from this, this can change. But look at the big cities that are already in that 4 out of 5 threat. Cincinnati, Columbus, pushing up towards the southern edge of Cleveland there. In this significant threat, you're talking over 7.5 million people again for tomorrow. So considerable threat continues. Here's the timing out of this event. This is midday, right? And now you're starting to see some of those supercells push from northern Kentucky into southern Ohio. But that's just the beginning of this. Notice the northern side wraps back around into the Great Lakes, and you'll see south of there how robust this is. That's why it's not just the Ohio Valley region, it's the Tennessee Valley region as it pushes just south of Nashville, actually going through central Tennessee towards Chattanooga, and then butting up against the western slopes of the Appalachian Mountains. When you stop it here, though, you see how that orographic lift, you get that mountainous terrain, it almost rips it apart at times. Because if you have that low-level swirl that creates that rotation, right, that shear, then you can get that twisting. But if you incorporate the mountainous terrain, it almost interrupts that rotation. And now, instead of having well-defined storms, you have this started to breaking apart. But that doesn't lose the risk, it just changes the risk. Now, because that orographic lift, what do we always talk about here on Fox Weather? Now you start wringing out the towel. Now you start squeezing out every single ounce of available moisture in the atmosphere. And now this turns into a flood threat, not only for the mid-Atlantic, but to the Northeast, because we're a waterlogged region. That's all we've experienced so far this winter. Forget big storms, big winter storms. We've had big rain events, it seems like, because of the El Nino winter. And so you'll notice those areas of the mountainous terrain where you have that likely threat for Tuesday into Wednesday. Here is the rain still to come on top of everything. And notice areas like State College up towards the Poconos, 3 to 5 inches of rain. You get to the tri-state areas, isolated spots for that as well. But again, this is an area where we've already seen so many rain events, and that's actually led to us to nearly double the flash flood reports we would have in a typical year. On average, we should have about 370
There is
reports,
one new
right?
severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
730, and that doesn't even include tonight's threat, by the way. We haven't got any flash flood warnings just yet, but these are powerful systems, so there's that potential. Let's talk about Music City. When will Mother Nature make the music and you start hearing some of the thunderstorms that fire up? You'll notice that was right about 5 to 6 p.m. It was an isolated threat. We showed you how fast it'll move through. So as quickly as it enhances is as quickly as it will depart in areas like Nashville, Tennessee, but still got to keep an eye to the sky for that lightning in that area. There's a lot to talk about, right? We're going to take a quick break. We're going to reset. We're going to talk about a broad view, and then we're going to hyper-focus in areas like this in southern Kansas where it is enhancing quickly. That's coming up after the break.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-844-2763.
Welcome back to Fox Weather. We're in alert mode because of the severe weather, not only tonight, but also into tomorrow. So we're going to unpack what we anticipate in the next few hours and then tomorrow's threat that is unique for a location, a relatively rare event that we need to build that awareness. But here's the broad view of this. It goes from northern Texas just outside of Dallas along the I-20 corridor and stretches all the way up into the Ohio Valley region. In total, roughly 1,100 miles. And so right now we do have 12 active severe thunderstorm warnings. Many of those are tagged with a tornado possible. And so that puts 164,000 people underneath those current warnings. But notice this. The potential risk for those storms for the night tonight, 17 million. So a big concern. And it's not just tornadoes, by the way. I notice those oftentimes can be the most dangerous or they get the headlines, but it can be the damaging wind. We already had damaging winds up to 88 miles per hour. And then you'll look at the hail threat. We've had this from northern Texas all the way into Ohio and areas just outside of Chicago as well. Baseball-size hail reported in several different states. Here's the top hail report. So this is going to be Caney, Kansas, and Nugent, Texas. Those are the two different spots where we've had that baseball-size hail. Marshall, Oklahoma had egg-size hail that's coming down. And so this is how we measure it. There have been estimates up to teacup-size hail in numerous thunderstorms as they've come through. We haven't had that confirmation, but it just shows you the potential in these storms as they push in. So look at that hail threat for tonight. And it's tough to find one that's been this large or expansive before. When you get to San Antonio and Austin, all the way through north of St. Louis into areas like Peoria,
There is
Illinois,
one new
right?
severe
And it's
thunderstorm
almost better
warning
when you
for
look at it,
Missouri.
yeah, from north to south, over 950 miles long. And the worst of that into this area at times that we've seen in Kansas and Oklahoma. But can't rule it out. This is a potent system.
There is
And
one
we
new
have some
severe
big
thunderstorm
cities
warning
that could
for
be impacted
Oklahoma.
here in the next hour or so. We had Kansas City, we just talked with the National Weather Service there, and Dallas with storms that are just outside of their city, and it's pushing in quick. So here's that severe thunderstorm warning. We'll tell you this. Here's a good update. The wind speed has been throttled back to 60 miles per hour. That's an improvement from 70 miles per hour, but the movement on this system has it pushing to the east, which would mean that it would overlap over the I-49 corridor just outside of Joplin. And so that creates that perpendicular impact. So for that being warned for Cherokee and Crawford County. Let's head to the south. I want to get the measurement on Dallas and Fort Worth here because this is a little batch of storms along the I-20 corridor that has me concerned, because look at all the electricity. If that's something we could measure real quickly before we dive into the dynamics, broad view, measuring how many lightning strikes we have, that speaks to the intensity and the instability. So over 300 strikes in the last 10 to 15 minutes alone. And so you have this moving towards a heavily populated area. That little loop right there is Fort Worth. And of course, that's Dallas. And so we have a considerable threat in this one that's over Eastland right now. And then also another considerable threat for Mineral Wells. And that's going to be on the northern side of this. That's because wind speed is ripping through right now at 65 miles per hour. And it could actually enhance as it gets closer. Let's talk about what's going to happen north of there and actually to the east of there, because these storms have a northeasterly movement overall. And so you'll notice areas of the natural state like Little Rock in that likely threat. But then you get to Fort Smith and they're in that very likely threat, and that's the Ozarks, where you have a difficult time of getting any kind of visual of this. So let's bring in National Weather Service Little Rock meteorologist Tabitha Clark. She joins us now. And Tabitha, as we look at this, you are tracking something that could be hours away from now, but still volatile even as we push into the later evening time. Can you just speak to your concern there for Little Rock in northern Arkansas?
Yes, so as you mentioned, we've been monitoring the severe weather coming out of our neighboring states, and we are in prep mode. So we've been issuing some extra weather balloons, and we've been monitoring all of the reports coming out of Oklahoma and Missouri, kind of prepping for an overnight event here in central Arkansas.
And my concern, Tabitha, is that a lot of those warned storms, they've already created some damage and significant wind gusts and hail, but by the time it gets into northern Arkansas and southern Missouri, now you have that low-level shear, right? So can you speak to the concern of tornadoes into the overnight hours, too?
Yes, the winds have definitely been picking up. We've got some a little bit of low-level shear, but that is mainly focused just west of the Ozarks. So we will be monitoring that over the next few hours, and we're expecting that as we get into the wee hours of the morning, we'll lose a little bit of instability, and hopefully less surface base. We'll have less chance of severe storms as we get into central Arkansas. But again, this is something we're going to be monitoring very closely.
And Tabitha, I would love to have your insight there of the local topography. You're referencing the Ozarks. We speak about it. You know, those are about 2,200 feet, a little bit taller at times. How does that play a factor in all of that? Does that change any of the impacts or enhance risks with these storms?
One thing to note is, we're getting this and it's going to be dark. So if if we have any people out there chasing storms or trying to get a visual, it's going to be very difficult. The roads are not straight paths like they are in some of the southern plains. And so it does have a little bit of an issue with visibility, especially when we're talking about overnight tornadoes. So that is a concern as we get into that sort of situation and setup.
There was a little minor point that you kind of just talked about that is so key, though. The roads aren't often straight and narrow, right? You think about whatever mountains you live near, used as a reference, they oftentimes twist, and that can create a big problem with thunderstorms and that traction on the road. Something we'll be watching closely, I know, with you as well. National Weather Service Little Rock meteorologist Tabitha Clark, thank you so much for your time and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
And let's talk about how this is a multi-day threat, right? It's not just tonight. And this actually pushes east tomorrow and is a spot of concern for areas in Ohio and even towards Pittsburgh. So let's draw this out. This same low pressure system works its way through. By the way, this is a 3D scan, so you can see the instability in the atmosphere, right? You have this ability on the Fox Weather app, free in the use of the palm of your hand, to be able to scan this through. And oftentimes, whenever those thunderstorms tower higher into the atmosphere, 40, 50,000 feet, speaks to the instability. So as we get into tomorrow, we showed you some of that threat. And then after that, Wednesday, it takes a turn to be a winter storm for New England. On the southern edge, though, heavy rain triggering that flooding threat. So even though as we push it in the middle of the week, Wednesday, it doesn't have that severe traditional enhanced risk or the significant threat that we talked about today and Tuesday, but it has its own concerns, an own type of threat when you're talking about heavy snow from the Green Mountains of Vermont, Adirondacks, and then into the White Mountains as well. And then south of there, a waterlogged region where you could just get several inches of rain, triggering that flash flooding over a heavily populated area. There is a lot to talk about here on Fox Weather, not only tonight, but through the week. So make sure you stay with us and stay cued in on what this forecast is like. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to dive into the dynamics in the Midwest. After the break, stay with us.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Groceries.
You were just supposed to get diapers.
Couldn't find them.
Well, you found your favorite cereal. Go back.
Can't. We're kind of broke until payday.
Well, diapers kinda can't wait. I'm getting the Empower app. Empower Cash Advance gives me up to $250 instantly. No late fees, interest, or credit checks.
Hurry back.
No guarantees. Diapers are so hard to find.
Get Empower Cash Advance from $10 to $250 instantly. Download the Empower app today.
He had to have 17 teeth removed.
He has an appetite that can never be satisfied, which is why he's trying to eat rocks.
He ate beef and had an allergic reaction, and I was like,
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
He had a bypass surgery because he ate a sock.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Get paid back up to 90% on unexpected vet bills. Use any vet and cancel anytime. Fetch, the most comprehensive pet insurance. Get your free quote today.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Welcome back. We are on a Fox Weather Alert. We've got the whole team here in studio, and we're also giving you some live visuals out in the field because 60 million people are in the path of dangerous storm. We're talking all severe modes of weather. Tornadoes, damaging wind, baseball-sized hail. So we'll get you caught up on everything that happened today, what's happening right now, and of course, what you can expect tomorrow, because this 4 out of 5 risk is going to appear again tomorrow. Back-to-back days. We haven't seen that since June, or July, I should say, of 2023. Here are 6 different locations that we're watching closely. One spot that we're looking at is Dallas right now. Doesn't it look relatively quiet? Look past storm reports. I just want to show you a broad view of this, by the way, because this is that enhanced area, or I should say significant threat, the greatest risk in Oklahoma. But do you see how it curves out and gets into the Ohio Valley region? That's that overnight threat. Here's where we stand by the numbers right now. 16 total warnings, now drop down to 10. So what does that tell us? When we get to the top of the hour, a lot of these expire. So we're at 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. but we're waiting for that potential for tornadic conditions. You got Sam and Dylan in here with me. Let's dive into this and get into what we can expect not only tonight, but of course, as we had mentioned, tomorrow. So because we have 10 warnings, look at this. Population just jumped. We've been at right around 150 to 200,000 people under warnings. Now we're at 800,000. That means a big city just got included. And notice this. We still have nearly 17.5 million people that are in that potential threat tonight. And so let's get into the dynamics of radar right now. Here's that broad view. By the way, on the side of your screen, we have Dallas. That's a spot that we had talked about that is going to change quickly. Oklahoma City, we have rain droplets on the camera there. They're expecting severe storms as well, as they are under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. local time. Notice on the broad view of the camera, though, St. Louis has some severe thunderstorm warnings that are circling around the city right now on the western side, and that's where we're going to start out first because this is encroaching quickly on the western suburbs. You see that red circle? That is the loop around St. Louis. And so this warning gets right to the cusp of it, right on the edge. But as we highlight this, right there around Washington, Wildwood, I-64, this is a considerable threat because of 70-mile-per-hour winds. So again, I know at times tornadoes get the headline, but there are other severe components and ingredients in these storms you can't overlook. So we look up the velocity signature here, trying to see a couplet, don't see those couplets, but also we're getting closer and closer to that radar site just to the northwest of Chesterfield, and so there could be some of that interference. But even when you don't have that, you can look at the wind speeds. If we can highlight some of those highlighter pinks to see what type of wind speed, and even this here with that green where it's showing the rotation towards this event where you have in this interference right now 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts. But again, this is warned to 70 miles per hour. We've seen that already play out today and then some. As we got up to 88
There are 2 new warnings affecting Missouri and Oklahoma.
So before we leave this, though, if we can bring out the hail tracker, this does look like a nasty hail core that's only 30 miles away from St. Louis downtown area. Here's the thing, though. St. Louis gets the headlines. It's the big city, but don't so many people live outside of there. You work in St. Louis or whatever big city it is, and then you commute back home. And this is the time that so many people are commuting because it's 6 p.m. And so when we look at hail size closing in on almost 2-inch in diameter, that's egg-size hail, now I have concern for Chesterfield, for Florissant, and those areas like Eureka just on the western side of St. Louis. Also, before we leave this, because I know we're doing a deep dive on this, if we could do a quick estimate on how many lightning strikes are active as of right now, just out of a singular cell, just to show you the instability with a supercell and what can happen. So for one thunderstorm, that's all we're tracking, in the last 10 to 15 minutes, you've had 128 strikes to 130. Lightning in and of itself can be deadly and dangerous at times. Why? This is not an evening to just kind of wander out, to try to do errands, to try to see, hey, maybe I want to pick up dinner a little bit later. Tonight's the night to get inside. Bring out that storm path. We look at areas like Centaur, 6:13 p.m. local time, 6:23 Chesterfield, 6:29 Manchester, and finally 6:34 for Westwood. That's the northern threat. If we can zoom back out to kind of show you again how difficult this is to track at times, because that was one city, right? St. Louis. Now let's zoom in to Dallas. Let's get into Dallas and Fort Worth area and show their threat. We have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that are draped over I-20 or north and south of there. And these have been tagged with considerable threats at times because of the wind speeds. We've had out of this area nearly 300 lightning strikes out of the last 10 to 15 minutes. Notice the radar beams coming out of Abilene, Texas. As we get closer to the Fort Worth area, we'll use that scan. But either way, these are closing in quick. And we'll bring you a live visual from Fort Worth. This is the Texas Motor Speedway. Again, here, I want to show your attention. That's north of Fort Worth. And so this is in a line of those storms. Off in the distance, it doesn't look that ominous. But that's why those tools are so important, because from your vantage point, it could look relatively quiet in regards to a thunderstorm. You may see, oh, okay, it looks like we're just going to have rain. But then you look at the radar and you'll notice this is now tagged with wind, right? Wind is something you can't tell miles out. you can't really feel the wind impact until it's on you. And then almost at times it's too late. One other sign with this, I have a concern with this. I know it's not tagged yet, but look at this kind of notch, right? You see that there? That is a signature of a potential rotation and a couplet. If we can zoom in the mineral wells, great job. This team here at Fox Weather, we've got a good one as we come together here to track these storms for you. You see how this has almost gate-to-gate shear? We're trying to bring you to this before they even update these warnings at time to show you the concern, because when you have the red intersect the green, that means you have that rotation. Which radar site are we using right now? We're using Dallas, right? Yeah, so that comes out. So here's the concern. Green is going towards, red's going away, and it forms that couplet just to the northwest of Weatherford, and this is a considerable threat for mineral wells. And even south of there, now you're getting an area, look at this, north of Gorman. That is never a good sign. Where you have highlighter pink, that means a stronger wind that is rotating away from Dallas, and then you have the green that's rotating towards. At times, this could be a nasty couplet that is starting to form north of Gorman. Beyond that, on the northern side, you have that hail core that's forming. Oftentimes on the northern side of thunderstorms, you have hailstorms that really pick up. I will say one caveat to this, one silver lining, is it's south of I-20 where people are driving. Before, it was overlaid over I-20 near Eastland when there was 2-inch in diameter. Could you imagine traveling on I-20? You're trying to race away from these storms, speed limit 70 miles per hour, and you have an egg-sized hail that comes in and shatters your windshield. Now you've lost all visibility. That's what we're trying to build awareness of and avoid those scenarios. All right, let's get into the broad view, right? Because that's just what's happening now. Now we need to build that awareness of what happens in the hours to come and for tomorrow. Because we can't just focus on tonight when we talk about a significant threat for tomorrow with a system that carves its way over 1,000 miles long. So here's a Fox alert system. Anytime this flashes, we will bring you that update, right? We'll bring you that new severe thunderstorm warning. Or look at this. This is a watch that has now been issued for Kansas and Texas. It goes until 9 p.m. Central Time. That is new, just coming in as of right now. On the other side of this, we give you live visuals. We bring you the ground truth. We can tell you what the tools are telling. We can forecast it out. But ultimately, what happens on the ground matters to so many, of course, out there. Why we say 60 million are in the path of today and tomorrow. This is Webb City, Missouri. Brandon Kopic is driving through the hills there. We'll bring you some hopeful updates from that as well, and we'll try to get some communication with him at times. And then we'll bring you that new watch. And this new watch, by the way, is on the tail of this. So areas that just felt those powerful storms, they just issued a watch. What does that tell us here? That means the event's not over. It means you can't let your guard down. Does that mean go outside and look around to see what kind of damage? Because before you know it, more storms can push through. Let's time it out, right? Let's not waste any more time. And we watch how it leaves the I-35 corridor right around 9 to 10 p.m. and springs into the Ozarks. And then it gets into I-44, leaving outside Oklahoma City, getting into Tulsa, Joplin, Springfield, and then into St. Louis. St. Louis, we just tracked out some severe storms, right? That's going to be pushing through now. Overnight, you have another round that comes in, and it keeps coming through.
There is one new severe
Midwest,
thunderstorm warning for
areas
Texas.
like Louisville, up towards Indianapolis, and then into Ohio overnight into tomorrow morning. This is a long duration event. We're talking about 48 hours of some volatility. Look behind me, right? You see that pink emerge again? Significant threat. And this is a back-to-back day of a 4 out of 5 risk. We haven't had that since summer of last year, right? So it's been months since we've experienced that, and this is heavily populated. This area has nearly 7.5 million people. Cincinnati to Columbus, right on the fringe of the southern metro area of Cleveland, even flirting with Pittsburgh and western PA. And so we're looking at concerns of that. Look how large this hatched area is for EF2 tornadoes or greater. We go from Huntsville, Alabama, right, northern Alabama, all the way through central Tennessee, the Bluegrass State, up into Ohio. This is a massive area. Tracking this out, we're talking 650 miles long where you have that potential for long track tornado. I'm not talking about just any tornadoes. Any tornadoes are likely. That's in that possible threat. I'm talking about damaging and long track tornadoes. And notice the hail threat. The large hail threat goes from the Gulf of Mexico, right? The Gulf Coast, I-10 corridor, all the way up to Lake Erie. That is a massive area as we track that out. Sorry, I advanced too quickly as they were about to measure that. We get into the Hatch area, though. This is why they have that significant threat for tomorrow as they overlay the large hail threat. That's 2-inch in diameter for areas like Dayton and Cincinnati, out towards Columbus to Athens. So many people on guard for tomorrow in Ohio. I encourage you tonight, once you get into your home, to check in with those schools. Are they doing a delayed start? Are they leaving early tomorrow? An early dismissal? What are the dynamics? Because oftentimes city officials and the school board gets out of ahead of an event like this, says it's not worth the risk because we have all modes. We talked about the tornadoes, the hail. Look at this 75-mile-per-hour wind gust, damaging wind gusts continuing through from central Tennessee all the way up to Columbus. It's a lot, right? We're going to continue to track this for you here on Fox Weather, and we'll get into areas like this, Coffeyville, Kansas, and the dynamics that are playing out in the Midwest as these warnings continue to pop up. That's coming up next when Fox Weather Live returns.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls
There is
me
one
every
new severe
single month
thunderstorm
saying, hey,
warning
Annette,
for Oklahoma.
I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-844-2763.
Welcome back. This is a Fox Weather Alert. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch, and the population just boomed because we are including Fort Worth and Dallas in this severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. local time, and it includes that I-20 corridor all the way out towards Abilene and back towards San Angelo. So it just shows you the volatility on the southern edge of this severe threat for today. And so here is a live visual from the Texas Motor Speedway. Off on the edge, notice this right here where we bring up the radar site. This is where that yellow box, that warning, is not too far from the motor speedway, but we're still miles out from that. So you're looking low into the horizon there. That's where you could see that potential threat. Let's get into radar and show you why this has been tagged as considerable for all of these, because you have 65 to 70 mile per hour winds. Could you imagine a massive city like Dallas getting 70 mile per hour winds, ripping through the type of damage that potential can have? And especially when you hit a downtown area where you create those wind funnels down the street because, you know, you get a certain avenue or
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Together. This is something that we'll be tracking out. Here's the latest scan, and this is where we had a velocity, you know, kind of a couplet forming. That latest scan updated, and it didn't really come together to fruition, but still, a 65 mile per hour wind is packed into this. The hail is down to 1.25 inches. We go to the southern edge of it, and this one is actually 70 miles per hour. And if we could actually time that one out here and do the storm track, because this is the one I believe is actually going to move over the city itself. I think the northern one is going to hit the northern metro area of Fort Worth and I-35 north of there towards Denton. But this southern edge one, I believe, is going to eventually move over Fort Worth.
There is one new tornado warning for Missouri.
I know we're a ways out from this event, but still building that awareness ahead as so many people are trying to get back home and are thinking, okay, I can outdo this storm. It's not going to hit. So when we look at areas that are to the southwest of Fort Worth, you have Dennis by 6:46, so you have roughly a half hour. Oak Trail Shores, 6:57, and those areas like Granbury at 7:04 p.m. There's a lot that can change by that time frame. So we'll be watching for that. The Fox alert system has now popped up, and we're seeing a flashing red box. Have not seen that in a while. And this takes us now into Missouri, just outside of St. Louis, where we have Cole County and Osage County, Missouri, under a tornado warning. This was a severe thunderstorm warning that now turned into a tornado warning. This is just southeast of the capital city of Jefferson City, and so this is a populated area. Notice that rotation, there's that notch, and velocity couplet is not a good sign here as you're watching that intersection in here where you have that rotation just embedded in. This is a scan coming out of St. Louis. So what you're looking at is the green is rotating towards and the red was rotating away. That what we brought up was the debris signature. If we could highlight the wind off of this to see what type of wind differential that we have. Remember, you have to have at least a 65 to 70 mile per hour wind differential in order to sustain a funnel to the ground to create a tornado. Look at that differential. 55, well, actually, I believe that's together, right? We have to have a negative number that starts to emerge for this. But we have a velocity towards, that's 55 miles per hour. That's going towards the radar site. Away is actually going a little bit lower. But either way, we have 80 to 90 mile per hour, I believe. Either way, this is the differential of 70. So what this is telling us, regardless of whatever the number is, that's all radar estimated, is that it is enough to sustain this to get to the ground. So if you are in Cole or Osage County, Missouri, you need to get to your safe place now. There is a live look of St. Louis. If we could zoom out real quickly, I want to measure the distance from St. Louis, because look how quiet St. Louis looks right now. This is a big impact for Jefferson City, of course. But notice St. Louis isn't that far away. So if we can just measure it out to show you how quickly the dynamics can change and why this overnight threat is something that you need to take concern of and be prepared of. This is 80 miles away from the western metro area of St. Louis. All right, and when these storms are moving 30 to 40 miles per hour, that means you're 2 hours out from that significant cell. But you have another one that's already pushed in, and look at this. There's some radar interference, but that is a rotation right there. I believe because it's right on top of the radar site. By the way, if you are looking at this, if you're wondering what a radar site is, that hole that's right in the middle of the storm, that's the radar beam, right? And so it can't scan that if it's over top of it. It has to scan outward. And either way, though, this is a volatile system that's pushed through, and that's why there's a severe thunderstorm warning right over the western metro area. And there's the gateway to the west when you looked at that live visual coming in. Because this is our first tornado warning, I think this would give us a good opportunity to maybe go over some of those tips that we have for a tornado warning. What this means when we say to get to your active place. By the way, this is Jefferson, Missouri, the capital. This is just to the southeast where we have that warning. So if we can bring that back to match the, Sam, if we bring back that warning back to the tornado warning to match that live visual to show why this is kind of blinding conditions as you look past the Capitol building at times. Right now, we're looking at that one that's just to St. Louis to the west. There's another one a little further to the west, it's actually about 80 miles, and it's impacting just to the southeast of Jefferson, Missouri. Again, that's going to be Cole County and Osage County, Missouri until 7 p.m. local time. And it's something that we are efforting right now to try to get you that tornado warning, the latest dynamics on that. This is a powerful system that's moved through the Ozarks and now moving to the eastern side of the state. And as we continue to get those updates that are coming in, here we go. Now we have that warning in place. Look at that V that's happening right now. That could almost be a signature of a V notch that's happening, which would be speaking to that potential rotation on the areas of Westphalia, I believe, or just outside of Wardsville, Missouri. So we're highlighting those zones there where you see that couplet, where the green and the red blur together. That's called a velocity couplet, and it's blinding at times, and it's difficult to kind of get a read on the wind speed. What is the distance, if we can measure from Jefferson City to the south of that couplet, where we have that live visual right now that we are bringing you of the capital of Missouri? If we measure that out, I believe it can only be 20 or 30 miles. Here's a good thing. There's the radar scan. It looks like it is loosening up. It is breaking apart. That velocity signature has truly fallen apart. There is broad couplets there. And so that is a good sign as it moves to the south and east of Jefferson City that it is falling apart. Still a risk, though. Hail size, egg size hail, and 2-inch in diameter, and there is still going to be damaging wind that is possible. Again, I believe that is almost a V-notch that we're forming here. Here's a broad view. It's not the only warning we're concerned about. There are plenty of warnings, and a lot of those are just north of Oklahoma City. So let's bring in the National Weather Service out of Norman. That's going to be the warning coordination meteorologist. That's Rick Smith, who's going to join us now by phone. And Rick, thank you for being with us here. I see that you have a few severe thunderstorm warnings, but you are in that significant threat for tonight. Can you talk us and walk us through your concern for the evening time of Oklahoma?
Well, we're definitely seeing an increase in the number of thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms over the last hour or so over central Oklahoma. We have had some reports of 2-inch or larger hail. We may have had a brief tornado here in the last 30 minutes or so near the town of Kingfisher, which is northwest of Oklahoma City. No damage. It was just a very brief, touchdown. And then we're just concerned about these storms continuing to increase, and if the wind fields get more favorable if we get after dark, then we could potentially see some more rotation in these storms.
And Rick, I think when you just brought that up, the wind field more favorable to the viewers at home, they must wonder, okay, what does that mean? It needs some of that rotation. I think the low-level jet is just starting to kind of meet where we're looking at these storms. Could you talk about that low-level shear and what that means for thunderstorms?
Yeah, we certainly had ingredients for thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms, but one of the key ingredients if we're going to be seeing more tornadoes
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Wind speed and direction down closer to the ground. And so when we get this, we have this nocturnal low-level jet stream, we refer to this increase of winds just above the surface. that contributes to that wind shear and makes it stronger. So we're just going to be watching very diligently these storms as they continue to develop, and as those wind, as that low-level jet kicks in, the wind shear increases. Then we're going to be watching very carefully for the potential for tornadoes. We do have a tornado watch in effect still until 9 p.m. and that we're watching. It's a busy night here for sure.
It's very busy, and we appreciate your time. Rick, I do want to ask you about the other threats, right? Tornadoes, especially for Oklahoma. I know they get the headlines, but large hail and the damaging wind. I mean, we've seen some significant winds today in northern Texas, 88-mile-per-hour gusts. I worry about your I-35 corridor and even out towards Tulsa, moving up towards Springfield. What type of wind event do you think could play out in areas of Oklahoma tonight?
Well, certainly the amount of energy that we have in the atmosphere, anytime you get these severe thunderstorms, these supercell storms, these really intense tall storms, you can get that damaging wind when they collapse. We've seen some interesting environmental conditions today that have sparked some of those damaging winds. We're really mainly concerned about the hail tonight and possibly the tornado potential. The damaging wind threat is kind of a secondary, but certainly, when you get these intense storms, that air has got to go somewhere, and it's going to come down. And we did see wind gusts over 80 miles an hour south of our area earlier today. So we have to always be on guard for the damaging winds from these severe thunderstorms.
And real quickly, Rick, because I know you have a busy night ahead of you, we appreciate your time. If you could kind of give, viewers at home the time frame for your region, Norman, Oklahoma City, and those areas of central and eastern Oklahoma, when will they need to be on guard through the evening time?
I'd say be on guard from now through the evening. We've got severe thunderstorms, covering a good chunk of central Oklahoma now, moving through the Oklahoma City metro area. We're expecting more to develop down in North Texas and move into southeast and Oklahoma. So it's going to be a long night. We're just really beginning with some of the severe weather, and if you're anywhere from I-35 or Highway 81 in Oklahoma to the east, you really need to be paying close attention to the weather throughout tonight. Listen for warnings, and these storms are also very fast moving, so you may not have as much time to react as you would like to. So pay close attention to the weather.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
If a warning is issued for your area, there's going to be a lot of storms tonight, lots of warnings potentially.
Great advice, and something that we will be passing along here too. National Weather Service Norman Warning Coordination Meteorologist Rick Smith, thank you for being with us here on Fox Weather.
Thank you very much.
And so we're going to continue to track the storms tonight and also into tomorrow. It is really starting to enhance here as we push through the evening time. We've had our first tornado warning, but it won't be the last. We'll have more when we return here on Fox Weather Live.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-257-3901. That's 800-257-3901. Again, 800-257-3901.
And welcome back to Fox Weather Live. We're in alert mode tonight, and we're going to be again tomorrow because 60 million Americans are under the threat for severe weather. Look at this, the volatility that's rising from the southern plains into the Midwest and then into the Ohio Valley region this evening all the way into the overnight hours. We're not talking about just tornadoes. We're talking about damaging winds and large hail all on the docket for tonight. And so let's get you caught up on everything that's happened, what you can expect for the coming hours, and of course, what you can expect for tomorrow. 6 different locations. Jefferson, Missouri, by the way.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Of your screen, they had a tornado warning not far from them, just to the southeast, and we were tracking that, and that still actually remains active. Then you have other areas like Dallas, Texas, that's awaiting those storms and the collision course that can happen in North Texas here in the coming hours. There's St. Louis, Missouri, where you have the gateway to the west, past the downtown metro area, and they have a severe thunderstorm warning now overlaid onto the western side of the city. And that has a tag for not only damaging winds or significant wind gusts, but actually large hail. We had hail that was nearly egg size in Chesterfield reported just outside of St. Louis. So this is a massive system, and it's only getting started. Here's the numbers. You'll notice 12 warnings that are active, predominantly and mostly just severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 1 tornado warning, and honestly, once this low-level jet, which means that wind shear at the lower level starts to get incorporated with this main line, then you're going to see a lot of twisting. And those tornado tags that has been possible come to fruition, and we could see way more tornado warnings than what we've seen so far. And so let's get into the dynamics at play right now. Here's a broad view of how massive this system is. It goes all the way from southern Texas and central Texas up towards Chicago and the Great Lakes. This is massive, and each and every region has a different dynamic and a different threat that could really start to enhance. We're going to be there every step of the way here at Fox Weather, along with our team that's out in the field. And then we've been talking with the National Weather Service out of so many different locations to get their insight from the local topography and dynamics and those threats that could play out in the hours to come. Let's zoom in and get into that tornado warning that's outside of Jefferson City, the capital, right? It's pushing to the east. And when we had last looked at it, it really lost a lot of its rotation, at least on the velocity scan, right? That was a good sign, but it can change. And so now you'll notice this, a tornado warning that has just been issued.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Missouri and Oklahoma
Just yet. And it includes the St. Louis area. So we got to jump into that. That is the biggest area of concern right now. And so we give you a live visual. This is why it's so important to not just look at line of sight. This line of sight below me right now doesn't look bad, right? But when you see a different vantage point and you look to a different direction, those storms are pushing in quickly. So this is going to be for St. Louis County and St. Louis City, and those are going to go until 7:15 local time. That's the next 45 minutes. This is the radar site just.
This is a tornado warning.
Extremely strong rotation towards the radar site. So that's wrapping into this direction. And then when you have that bright pink, it is wrapping away. And so we are zooming in to street level to show you that I-65 corridor and then areas like Baxter Road and Shotler
There is one
Road.
new severe
And those
thunderstorm warning for
neighborhoods, You can
Illinois.
imagine the impact. By the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't say you need to get into your action plan now, of course. If you're underneath that warning, now's not the time to try to find the storm. Now's the time to seek shelter. Lowest level of your home. Get to an interior room away from those exterior walls and windows. Those can collapse easily with a major event like this. And get something that can protect your head or neck. And if you have the time, have shoes on in case there's debris. You can get out safely. Let's track this storm out. It's moving at 30 miles per hour directly east. And when does it impact St. Louis? Notice you find it out here, 7:11. That does include the warned time frame. The warning goes until 7:15. So you still do have 30 minutes plus, but you don't want to wait that 30 minutes. Imagine all the traffic. Now, so many people. Local time is 6:35. They're trying to get home from work. You're trying to pick up the kids from school. You're trying to get dinner. Now's the time to get home, to get safe to where you can. If you don't think you can make it home because you have to drive into this, then get to a shelter, get to a bank, somewhere that has a sturdy structure and ride out this storm and then make it home safely. If we can get into the dynamics of what this is showing us right here. This is our debris signature. If we can get a measure, Sam, of what this radar couplet is showing us. Blue means there is a strong rotation away. If we can get that dark blue box, that could be the strongest wind differential that's actually going towards the radar site. And then you'll find those areas of bright pink. That means it's rotating away. And so I'm going to try to block out everything else because this is our greatest concern right now on the I-64 corridor. So if we could get those wind measurements, if it's possible, there's the velocity signature, and then towards. The differential is 90 miles per hour. That is enough. If you're just joining us, 65 to 70 miles per hour is enough to sustain a funnel out of the thunderstorm and get it lower down to the surface as a tornado. That would be a confirmation. Everything right now is just radar signature, radar awareness, and confirmation. None of this has been confirmed on the ground, but this is a tornado warning. That means severe concerns are imminent. And so you go from Chesterfield all the way through. Notice the northern side of this, even outside of the tornado warning, is powerful in regards to the hail. The hail core is nearly 2-inch in diameter. The worst of it, as I had mentioned before, was registered just outside of Chesterfield, where they had baseball size or greater, getting close to teacup size hail. That is not a good sign. That shows you the instability, the strong updrafts that are feeding these storms. Here's are the two hail reports that are coming in. And notice even with this scan, you have that rotation and that notch. So Chesterfield had just south or less than a egg-sized hail, but that actually fell over the I-64 interstate. Notice in the St. Louis camera again, also how quiet that is. That has to be a look from the eastern side and showing you how difficult it is. But look into the foreground. Can we bring up the St. Louis camera full? We've gone through the tools that are on radar. If we have the ability to bring up, because I love to kind of bring up, all right, drop the banner.
There is
Great
one
job
new
by the
severe
team
thunderstorm
here at
warning for
Fox Weather.
Missouri.
And notice how many cars are out now moving through the main downtown area, driving to and from the gateway to the west, right? That is the downtown area. You do have some police visuals there with the sirens, or at least not the sirens, I should say, the lights that are flickering. Who knows what that is? Maybe they're closing down some roads, trying to get some people back at home and trying to get people aware of this warned storm. By the way, this is pushing towards St. Louis. It is including the St. Louis area. If you look at St. Louis right now, though, it is quiet, and we get that from that visual of this live camera. But it's not far away. It's over the western suburbs already. It's already over the loop there in St. Louis as you look at the 270 loop. The 270 loop is where you have so many people that are wrapped around and looking at this. And so we are looking at so many from the St. Louis, the National Weather Service there, talking about how this tornado possible has been elevated to a tornado warning. And the metro area is just now beginning to show low-level rotation, and it's organizing and showing strength as it's coming into the metro area. That is signs from the National Weather Service out of St. Louis in and of itself. Now we are showing you, we're taking away the radar scan, and we are showing you what this landscape is like, right? Oftentimes you'll have the topography of a rural area. This is anything but rural. You are looking at heavily populated areas when you have these neighborhoods that are along the I-70 corridor and just to the west. They are taking the brunt of this. This is a flashing purple box now, which is giving us the confirmation that there was a confirmed tornado on the ground. St. Louis is confirming that. So everything that we had talked about before was all radar confirmation, and now, as we are talking live here on Fox Weather, it has been confirmed. Okay, we are now talking, I'm talking with Sam, by the way, in Weather Command. She just said that in the National Weather Service St. Louis chat that they are going confirmed.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Illinois and Oklahoma.
That this is a confirmed tornado. What did you say again, Sam? Possible? Okay, so this is a debris signature that we're showing you right now. They're not confident, as you can tell, how difficult this is to distinguish. And you're trying to look at blue as where you'd get a debris signature. But because they weren't confident, they wanted to decide on the side of caution, they went ahead and confirmed it anyways because they noticed how powerful this system was. And so, again, this is an indication that you are in and around St. Louis, that you want to make sure that you are in your action plan, that you're into that interior room. Again, here's a live visual. Again, it shows you just how different this can appear when you are on one end of the city. And then when you look back, it doesn't look like it's all that bad, and then it comes ripping through. There is another velocity scan right here where you have that couplet that's forming. I don't think it was as impressive as what we saw before, but either way, there is still that gate-to-gate shear just to the east of Chesterfield, and we're going to draw it out over University City and bring it out towards St. Louis. By the way, St. Louis is on the southern edge of this periphery, but it's still timed out at 7:14. So you're still within that warned area. You look at areas like Overland, where you're at 6:56. This is a concern if you're in areas of St. Louis County and St. Louis City, Missouri, where you need to be into that action plan. I would tell you, if I'm looking at this live visual right now, you see all of those cars.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
If you are looking at your GPS and you have a family or loved one that's in this area and they're wondering, how do I get back towards Chesterfield? How do I get back towards Maryland Heights? Now's not the time to drive through these storms. Now's the time to get into one of those sturdy structures that are in the downtown area. Here is a tornado alert coming into the Fox Weather alert system that's in blue. I apologize if I mispronounce this name. This is a tornado reported near Creve-Coeur, Missouri. So if we zoom in, this is that area right here. So the warned area that was from Chesterfield, and as it continued to progress to the east, is now a tornado confirmed. So this is telling us that we have 2 confirmations. This does look like another V-notch that is forming on radar, which is showing you that downdraft on the backside that is going to be rotating through in Maryland Heights. That is not a good sign if you're in those areas.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
So as we zoom in, you'll see this is passing over the 270 and 70 corridor, And we're trying to getting that, scan from Maryland to Creve Coeur are the two spots where we have the tornado that is possible, and it has been confirmed at times. And so this is something that we're watching for, and the National Weather Service in the St. Louis area has also highlighted as well. And getting this here, the velocity scan doesn't look as impressive. With velocity, by the way, what we're trying to look for is that rotation in this scan. Debris signature, Sam, if we pull that back up, I know it's been a mess at times. What you're trying to find, everybody at home, you're trying to find, look at this up here, the legend. Blue would be an indication of debris. And so when this radar scans through, it's looking for something that doesn't belong in the atmosphere, right? It will be able to differentiate between rain droplets and then debris like a tree branch or, a siding of a shed. Like you get some of that metal that can oftentimes lift up. Okay, so the circle above 141 was where there's a blue circle, 141 here. This is where they initially warned it, right? So let's block out all the noise real quickly. That is where we're talking about. I know it can be difficult at home, but this is how at times it can be tough to forecast. There's Conway Road, Highway 141, as Sam, by the way, she was giving me those updates from Weather Command.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
You see how it starts to erode away? And then as we progress this through, it was moving towards Creve Coeur. And that's where we got on the Fox alert system. Creve Coeur. Okay, Creve Coeur is the confirmation from locals there telling us the correct pronunciation. Thank you for those in Missouri and around St. Louis. Creve Coeur is what we are getting, that confirmed tornado that was on the ground. Looking at this here, notice that is a wall cloud, this live visual. If we can bring that back up, that is something that we could speak to, that we were just looking at. That live visual showed two wall clouds that were lowering. As we get into this and it progresses, notice it's a flashing red box. So that means the confirmation has been lifted, and now we're looking at just a warning. But here is St. Louis, Missouri live. And you'll notice the main thunderstorm, it's up in the upper atmosphere, and then doesn't it look like there's this kind of lowering slant underneath that? That is what we call a wall cloud. When the clouds lower, that is a sign, it is indicative of the potential of tornadoes being spawned. It almost looks like there's a funnel right in the middle. I would telestrate over this if I had the potential. All I can right now is bring you those live visuals. But do you see those skyscrapers right in the center of your screen? Look off just to the right of there, right? And if you look at the cloud, there is what looks like a funnel that is starting to now fall apart. But it was definitely more defined as we were speaking before, and now it's slowly starting to erode away. Perfect job, great job by the team here. Give me the ability to now telestrate over this, and so I'm trying to zoom in. Oh, it doesn't look like it's coming up on air. There's a rain shaft that's coming down here off to the edge. Okay, so now we're on here. This is what I was looking at before. Did you see how it degraded and it fell apart? I'm going to draw this out just in case, because we didn't have the ability to before, but it was defined like that. And slowly, as we were watching this live on air, it started to fall apart. And why we're looking at that confirmation being lifted to a warning and still a concern for the St. Louis metro area. Look at the powerful storms, though. Slowly, as we were watching this live on air, it started to fall apart. And why we're looking at that confirmation being lifted to a warning and still a concern for the St. Louis metro area. Look at the powerful storms, though, that rain, that makes this rain wrap. Can you imagine if you were on the backside? I'm going to draw this back out to where it was before. If you had that funnel and then you all had that rain ahead of it, you would have no visibility, and before you would know it, that would be on you. And so what we're looking at is that potential lowering in the cloud deck. I'm going to draw where the thunderstorm is. Then you have these anvils that form, and they create these wall clouds at time, and that's what can spawn those tornadoes and also the damaging wind threat from this area. and I believe that was the metro area why you'd have such concern. Even from this vantage point, you have some shaking here. If we can get back to radar, we've given it enough time that there's going to be new scans that are coming in, and because of that, we can maybe get you some new information.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Looking at the Fox alert system, we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are still popping up as of right now, but this is not a good sign. Here's the tornado warning, and again, we're looking at a nasty hail core. When I say that, I'm looking at the black that's starting to emerge into areas like Normandy, Ferguson, Florissant, and the I-70 corridor, and then this forms what we call a V-notch. You see this V that starts to form, and you'll have this starting to rotate on the backside, and that downdraft that starts to form out towards areas like Normandy and Ferguson, and that can be powerful. This is all radar indicated right now, and so that is another sign of that, what we're looking at, that live visual of that wall cloud lowering even more. Sam, that hail looks impressive. Can we look at the hail signature and try to see what it is shooting out as a radar estimate? Okay, it doesn't look as robust, so maybe that's the rain rate. If we can go back, we're trying to get you all those tools as this pushes in, because at times this can be a hail core, or look at this. This is the rain gauge at the top end of your screen, and when it gets to that level of black, it is a downburst. It is so blinding, it is what we consider torrential rain. If we could get that radar estimated rain rate, that is what Sam can't get that right now. Okay, what we're looking for is looking at this I-70 and 270 corridor, how heavy that rain can be as it pushes in to that area. If we bring up that velocity couplet, because I see another one, what could happen right now is that there could be multiple vortices that are forming in this event. And so this system's trying to get organized. But can you imagine if there's energy that's swirling in one direction, and you get to just to the east of there another? So this is what we can draw out. That velocity signature doesn't look as impressive towards St. John or Jennings. But as we get to those areas that are near Crèvecoeur, where we had that reported before, and just north of there, you have what I would consider a raggedy couplet, where there is that green meeting the red, but it's not enough for it to really form. Look at this live visual from Berkeley, Missouri. Is that the airport? That's got to be the airport, because you can see the control tower, and look how wet that runway is. Thank you there. I'm seeing the Southwest Plains. Confirmation from the team here at Fox Weather. Behind the scenes, confirming that is the airport. What I'm going to do is slide with me here. I'm going to lean in and find out from the FAA what their impacts are as of right now to see what kind of impacts. As you imagine, if they have a tornado warning here. So this is what we have. This is the control tower. You have the Southwest flights that are at their terminal, of course. Notice how quiet the runways are. And then, I mean, I know I'm drawing a lot for you to look at, but that's what I'm looking at with you in real time. There is the cloud deck, the pulsing of lightning that is coming in out of this. And notice that this is a tornado warning. Can you find a funnel in this? Can you find a tornado? No, that is speaking to the rain wrap and the blinding rain that's coming in. Notice all the pulsing of lightning is behind the rain shaft. Shows you that instability in the atmosphere here as it pushes over not only the airport. Okay, look at this here. You see these rain sheets that are forming? This is showing you that pressure washer effect. So that's where that wind comes down and it has that spitting rain that slams into the tarmac. Thankfully, it's the tarmac. It's quiet now. It's remote. But you can imagine if that's in a neighborhood in a metro area that we have been tracking for you as well. Do you also notice the speed at which these storms are moving in the atmosphere, right? So what I'm going to draw for you here is that blue is the wind at 10,000 feet, right? That's the upper atmosphere. What we've been alluding to through the afternoon, we've been talking with the National Weather Service, is that low-level jet. And if that low-level jet at the surface is moving at a slower clip in a different direction, it creates that corkscrew mechanism. It creates a rotation. And so that's where these storms can really start to form. Also, look at this. That's something as we watch here on the backside of this system. Is that lowering? What is happening with that there? And as I speak about it, it starts to fall apart. What
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Illinois.
Is a supercell thunderstorm that is trying to get organized, but there's multiple spots of rotation, and so it is a tug and pull. It is a fight for which side is going to get organized, and neither one has enough oomph to get that to the ground, but still creating those impacts of blinding rain and damaging winds as it pushes through areas of St. Louis. Again, if you're just joining us here on Fox Weather, this is actually coming from St. Louis. I'm going to move over here a little bit. So if I jump off the camera, I'm trying to get updates from the FAA to see what is happening. We do have ground stops in Dallas, by the way, and in Chicago, all because of thunderstorms.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
We are trying to get updates on what is happening with their airport, but whether we get the update or not, notice that all of the airplanes that we can see in line of sight are parked right now. They're not parked on the runway, they're at their terminal, and then when you look at the runways and the tarmac, they're completely quiet. You don't have any incoming or outbound planes as of right now. That is because they are trying to get away from these storms that are pushing in over the airport as of right now. Yeah, great job. Let's get into this. This is impressive what you're seeing right here just outside of Jennings. You see how there's that sharp notch that's coming in. So this is what we call a rear flank downdraft. So what ends up happening is, look at the healthy portion of this storm. It's on the northern side, but the backside still has that rear flank that's going to be coming down. And so this is moving that over that I-70 corridor. And here's St. Louis, by the way. St. Louis has been lifted from that tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning, but it's those northern areas from University City to Jennings, back towards Maryland Heights. I think you've seen the worst of it. Florissant and Spanish Lake all taking the brunt of this system. Sam, can we zoom in to that notch right there? And let's get into why this is so important, because St. Louis, yeah, it's a beautiful city, but this is where everybody lives. Ferguson getting hammered right now. You're looking at areas like Jennings. Normandy is where we had that notch that is issuing this tornado warning. And by the way, this is all radar indicated. There's a lot, right? And we've gotten the latest here. We're going to continue to check in, and we'll bring you the latest from this entire system after the break.
I have over my
severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
What's happening now, front and center, that's the biggest concern, and then we'll get into what you can expect for tomorrow. But talk about big cities being impacted. This is not a good sign. I want you to see the severe stats. Look at that. 2.1 million people underneath warnings right now, predominantly and mostly severe thunderstorm warnings, 19 of those, but 2 tornado warnings, and we had our first flood warning as well, flash flood warning that's coming into play. But this is potent. Notice what's been happening in Texas. Albany, they had 88-mile-per-hour winds that ripped off a roof on a home. By the way, Dutch-Zoe, Missouri, that just came in. That's a new update, 72-mile-per-hour winds, and the hail has been up to baseball-size hail or greater through the evening times. Here's a broad view. This system is massive.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Illinois.
We're talking from the Rio Grande all the way up into the southern tip of Lake Michigan. And you'll notice those areas in between that have really started to enhance. We got to get to areas like St. Louis because we have some important updates. To the west of there, this is no longer a tornado warning, but we'll watch it because there's a notch on that. Over St. Louis, we do have an active tornado warning, and this goes for the next 15 minutes. St. Louis is outside of that, but we have areas like Ferguson and Bellefontaine neighborhood when you looked at that, and it's all because of this little notch on the backside right over Jennings. And so you're looking at spots like Jennings where you have that potential. Now, it's not gate-to-gate shear. We have the red intersected right with the green, but you do have this right over a neighborhood, and there's a concern, and you have to imagine, why are there winds rotating away when everywhere else is rotating towards? Did you see that beam that came through? That's the radar site that we're using. So green means it's rotating towards. Then why is there this little notch that's rotating away? That's enough to create that little rotation at times. Here's St. Louis, by the way, below me. If you have been with us for the last 20 minutes, how different has that looked in the last 20 minutes? Now we're talking about just gray skies instead of the dark black skies that had shown you the torrential winds. By the way, this is all about 7 miles north of St. Louis. I think this is so important. Think about your big city that you live next to, right? You work in the big city, but so oftentimes people live outside the city, and that's where it matters most. When you look at the time frame of this, people are trying to navigate back to these areas like Maryland Heights. Let's get into some of these storm reports. You have the octagon shape that starts to form. That is going to be the hail reports that have been coming in. Anywhere from an inch to an inch and a half diameter. This one is interesting for me. This is storm damage that's coming in out of the I-70 corridor. This is where at times we had a confirmed tornado not too long ago. Spotter reported 3-inch limbs down and an estimated 40 to 50 mile-per-hour winds. By the way, they measure the limbs on the trees because they want you to see how strong the winds are, right? Was this a thing that was prone to falling, or is this a significant threat? Right up by Chesterfield, that's where we had a confirmed tornado as well. Can we get into these reports? Look at that, 61 mile-per-hour winds. So power outages could be a concern in this area. Real quickly, Sam, I know I'm asking a lot. If we can zoom out, because here's my concern. The pulsing of these storms. St. Louis, you're clearing out, right? The northern side is really robust. But these storms right here, can we zoom into Missouri, though? Let's zoom in to just Missouri and St. Louis. That's what we're going to show you. And I want you to see the trajectory and the movement and how you'll have this kind of wrapping effect, right, that comes in. So as quickly as it clears out into St. Louis, and what you're seeing right now is Sam is using a great job of zooming into this region and using a local radar site, right? We use a national radar when we're doing a broad view, but since I asked her to zoom in onto central Missouri into St. Louis, now we can use a hyper focus. But look at the overall movement of this, and what this is going to show us is that these systems are going to push back over St. Louis in those spots that have just been impacted. So this is why you don't want to get outside, and if you have a thunderstorm that impacted and you had some of those storm reports we were just speaking to, you don't want to do this. You don't want to be caught off guard looking around, okay, maybe I need to prepare this, I need to pick this up. Because before you know it, you have another storm that's pushing in and you're vulnerable when you're outside, right? So here is another concern as we push back towards the west of St. Louis. Here is tornado possible. This is all radar indicated. And beyond the tornado threat, we have 60-mile-per-hour winds. So there is Cedar, Dade, and St. Clair County, Missouri, where you have these powerful storms pushing through. And that is massive broad rotation that we are witnessing right now. Look at this snake mechanism that it comes through, and in there, in that little notch, that's blue. When you find it on the scan here, that means you have a stronger wind gust that's going towards the radar site. Towards is towards that beam down below. Red means it's rotating away. And in that broad rotation, you do have an area where it's almost meeting together, a little tighter rotation. So North Morgan, Umber View Heights, those are spots where you're really feeling the intensity of the impact of that. Sam, if we could just kind of get a wind impact off of this, I think this is Stockton, Highway 32. I'm just curious to see what type of wind we could get. Okay, so that's 66-mile-per-hour wind speed, and so that's radar estimated. That's the differential. That is enough to sustain it, but broad rotation. I'm curious, though, 66-mile-per-hour, whether it's rotating or not, is a powerful wind gust that can knock down trees and power lines. Here's visibility below me in St. Louis, where they just went through some warned storms roughly in the last half hour, and since then it's been quiet. A lot of focus on the Midwest. Let's get into the Southern Plains. This is an area that really enhanced quickly. And a concern. Hey, before we zoom in, though, Sam, can we measure the lightning? I mean, look at the lightning out of this line of storms. I mean, on the southern edge, I know we're going to be talking about Fort Worth and Dallas. Waco in the I-35 corridor is popular, and it's going to get slammed perpendicular. And total, 10 to 15 minutes, 411 lightning strikes. All right, now let's get into that hyper focus into areas like Denton and spots. Here, that loop, that's Fort Worth. Dallas, obviously, we've highlighted. I-20 corridor. Here's Denton, by the way, from the Texas Women's University. They are underneath that severe thunderstorm warning. Temperature, 77 degrees. Definitely enough instability in the atmosphere. Dew point, 70. That increased. That means you got a whole lot of atmospheric moisture. That means these thunderstorms are going to be powerful. You're going to have the potential for hail damage as well. Let's zoom in because I believe out of this one storm alone, you have a significant population. And so as we zoom into the ingredients here, we're going to kind of give you the latest scan. Outside of Rome is where you're getting the worst of this, but it's going to be pushing through I-35. Here, by the way, I-35 East and I-35 West, right? It creates that fork. Both of this takes you, one takes you from Dallas, one takes you from Fort Worth, and then they meet together in Denton. Denton is a actually massive area for those in northern Texas for that commute. So getting into this severe thunderstorm warning, notice this is a considerable threat. Here's two concerns. Wind speed 60 miles per hour, hail size, egg size. That's 2-inch in diameter. So that's for Denton County, Tarrant County, and Wise County, Texas, until 8 p.m. local time. So that's roughly 53 minutes of this event. I'm getting in on here, getting the latest from not only the chat, but also I want to see what is being said in the weather community online and to try to get you the latest, what's unpacking in areas like Denton and try to get you the population. The population, by the way, in that one warned area that we were just talking about, is north of 860,000 people. Let's get to the southern one. This is another one for Arath, Hood, Parker, and Somerville counties, and that's going to be wind speed of 60 miles per hour. And so you can see how Fort Worth and Dallas, they're sandwiched in between. I will tell you this, if this trajectory moves through and holds true, then Fort Worth and Dallas metro area may be spared the worst of it. But as I've been saying, many people live outside of that. Here is the Texas Motor Speedway, where, again, you look at the temperature and dew point, it is a soupy atmosphere. There's plenty of atmospheric moisture that allows these thunderstorms to flare up and stay alive. And so it is quiet right now. But who better to talk to than a meteorologist that track this and actually issue those warnings, right? Let's bring in the National Weather Service Dallas-Fort Worth meteorologist. That's going to be Matt Bishop, who joins us now by phone. And Matt, let's talk about how that atmosphere is really starting to enhance and is really picked up quickly. Can I talk to you about that northern storm? What is that concern for Denton and those areas north of Fort Worth and Dallas?
Yes, well said. Hail has been our main story of the evening. That storm is actually the same cell that produced the damage over in Albany about 3 hours ago, and it's just holding its shape right now as it moves. Luckily, like you said, just north of the Fort Worth and Dallas area, but folks in Denton will be under the threat of the potential of up to 2-inch diameter hail, maybe as large as tennis ball if this cell happens to spike up a little bit. We had a couple of public reports of tennis ball size hail just southwest of the Denton area, but fortunately, nothing tornadic has occurred as of yet, and we're going to hope that that's still the case, but destructive hail will still remain possible.
And I do want to ask you, Matt, then on the southern warning that we have there for Stephenville out towards, that one looks like it could have more of an impact, definitely on the southern metro area of Fort Worth and Dallas. What are your concerns, because the lightning looks off the chart in that system?
Yes, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning is going to be the main concern outside of the severe threats. Luckily, the hail size in that one has not been quite as impressive, but it still has that potential, since it's moving into that hot, unstable air, that it could pulse up again and produce some severe hail upwards of a 2-inch diameter. But right now, even if you're not getting severe weather with that, damaging winds or large hail, you're still going to have that threat for cloud-to-ground lightning, and that's going to continue as it moves across the Metroplex in the next couple hours.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
To them all the way out by Abilene and then Albany, Texas. I mean, it must have been a concern when your office saw that report, 88 miles per hour ripped off the roof of someone's home. I think it's important what you had talked about. If you're not experiencing it just yet, you still have the concerns of frequent lightning. I noticed you guys are under a severe thunderstorm watch through the evening time. Can you time it out for northern Texas and what people should be concerned about in the hours to come?
Yes, that watch is in effect for at least the next 2 hours. It's possible that we do a local extension of that, both off to the east and in time for another hour or two if these storms continue to hold past 9 o'clock. But yeah, that hail is going to be the primary threat, large hail and then damaging winds. It's not to say we couldn't have an isolated tornado, but that's a lower threat, fortunately. And the flooding threat is not all that high because the storms are actually moving at a pretty good clip. So fortunately, that's not going to be too big of a problem, although we could still see local street flooding in the urban areas. But again, yes, that large hail will be our main concern.
I do want to ask you real quickly, Matt, and thank you for your time. I know you are busy as these storms are pushing through. We've talked with other National Weather Service. Something we've seen here in the Fox Weather team is that low-level jet and now create that low-level shear and twisting. Do you think that is a concern for northern Texas as we push into the evening time?
Yeah, that could strengthen things again. Once we get a few hours past sunset, we could see a lull in the activity and then maybe a re-strengthening as storms push east of the Metroplex. So even though we might see storms weaken, we could see them re-intensify later tonight further east, and for those areas that are east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
And we know you got a large coverage area. It goes all the way up to the Red River region and climbs to eastern Texas. And we appreciate your time. Of course, this is National Weather Service Dallas-Fort Worth meteorologist Matt Bishop. Thank you so much for your time here on Fox Weather, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
And let's take a look at what's happening here as we have a tornado possible that is just north of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and this is just outside of Tulsa. We have a considerable threat with this because of 70-mile-per-hour winds that are ripping through Noble and Payne counties. That goes until 7:30. That's next 20 minutes. We got to zoom in. By the way, this is going to be east of the I-35 corridor and north of Oklahoma City to kind of give you a perspective of where we're talking about in Oklahoma. It's right over Pawnee right now. And you're looking at not only the tornado possible, but why we talk about these storms.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Virginia.
Severe beyond that. The wind speed in and of itself, 70 miles per hour, can be alarming. You think about power lines that are going to be knocked out, trees that can collapse. Oftentimes, sadly, that falls on homes. Why you want to be in an interior room, even under a severe thunderstorm warning, and not safe to be looking out the window because this can blow debris through that. So we're going to get the latest dynamics, not only here in Oklahoma, but look at this. We have nearly 2 million people underneath warnings. So we're going to take a quick pause and a break here on Fox Weather, get the very latest, and then track out these storms on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee.
We got the house!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
AG1 works by making foundational nutrition easier. Combining vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source nutrients into one comprehensive formula. Start simplifying your nutrition today at drinkag1.com.
It's a lot to be a caregiver and a daughter because you kind of have to take a step back. Getting some help would be a great relief.
From companions to helpers to caregivers, find all the senior care you need at care.com.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians. At each day's start, as time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular
There
death.
is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
May include ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of infection in your legs or feet. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Welcome back. This is a Fox Weather Alert. And so we want to show you not only the numbers, the alert system, and a live visual. These are all the tools at our disposal, and we bring you that together to paint the picture of what's going to happen tonight, but also into the overnight hours and tomorrow. So notice this, mainly severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have a flash flood warning. That's going to be in central Illinois, and that goes until the overnight hours. Behind me, you see how impressive this system is for Denton, Texas. Remember, we just talked with the National region. By the way, Denton is where so many people live because when you live in Dallas and Fort Worth, you take I-35 north and the fork in the road where they combine together before they get into Oklahoma is Denton. Now, this is an area that is under a tornado watch north of there. It's going to be the Red River region. That includes Wichita Falls, Oklahoma to Tulsa until 9 p.m. Central Time. Then you go north of there and you get into St. Louis. Notice this goes until midnight Central Time as well. And so this is a long duration event that expands over 1,000 miles. This thing is impressive, but can be scary at times when you start to look at the volatility and the intensity that's packed in these storms. By the way, this was a confirmed tornado as it moved over the western metro area of St. Louis and moved to the north, and now is over I-55 as a severe thunderstorm warning. But before we shift our focus to that, on the backside of this, you notice the movement of this? A set track, and you can't budge away from it. And so it's going to go in the same direction as the prior storms, and why, if you're in the St. Louis area, you don't want to step outside. The nights tonight is a night where you want to hunker down. You maybe want to get in the living room with your family so everybody's accounted for, and pop on a movie. And make sure you have those alerts that are turned on, your phone or tablet. Make sure that's charged up, and that way if you do get a warning, you can get everybody into that interior room quickly, even into the overnight hours. Looking at how expansive this is, we showed you St. Louis. There is Texas and the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where they have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings surrounding that region as well. And so a lot that is happening, and why there's over 60 million Americans on alert tonight and tomorrow. As we push into this I would say the most potent aspect of these storms right now, it's tough to say that because there's so many different components of this, but when you look at what's happening in northern Oklahoma, so this is north of Oklahoma City and I-44, Stillwater to the northeast, considerable threat right now for 70-mile-per-hour gusts, and there is a tornado possible tag as we get into this. So that's going to be Pawnee and up towards Fairfax and those in towards Hominy as well. And when I look at this, I mean, this looks like gate-to-gate shear. That is not a good sign as you look south of Highway 6. And I would say Pawhuska is the town. Winona would be another spot. There's Highway 99, so a relatively remote area where we're looking at this. So this is going to be Osage and Pawnee County, where you can see that couplet and why they tagged this with that tornado possible. There's a couplet there as well. Getting the correct pronunciation, this is Osage County, by the way. Thank you. As we get into Oklahoma, and this I-35 corridor is just a spot that is ripe and prime for these thunderstorms to flare up. As you look at this towards areas to the south of Fort Worth, this loop right here is Fort Worth. You're looking at areas here with a severe thunderstorm warning. Real quickly, though, as this pushes over Denton, this is a considerable threat. Your car, or is it going to blow it side to side because you're taking the brunt of it from the side? So there's a lot of components. Let's dive into it, right? That was a lot. Walk with me. We're going to get to the expert desk. I'm not doing this alone, by the way. I got Sam here in Weather Command, and we got
There is one new tornado warning for Oklahoma.
Like Osage County, I have a team behind the scenes that's saying, hey, this is how you correctly do it. If you're watching at home, I'm never, I'm never too afraid to know what's the correct pronunciation. So feel free to reach out to us and let us know what that is, and we will pass it along. Look at some of the top wind reports that are coming in. 88 miles per hour out of Albany, Texas. And Sam, just thinking ahead, we need to get into these storm reports after this and show you what the impact of that 88 mile per hour gust was. Here is Dutso, Missouri, 72 mile per hour gust. Blackwell, Texas, 71. Caney, 70. What I look at right here is I'm looking at 3 different states, Kansas, Missouri, and Texas. And we're nowhere near done. That's not the only threat, right? We have large hail reports that are coming in right now. And then we have 2.5 large hail. I'm losing my train of thought. 2.5 inch hail The reason why I'm losing my thought, I saw the Fox alert system pop up. Sam jumped in my ear. She said, hey, we need to get into northern Oklahoma. Osage County has a tornado warning. This is where we were just talking about, where I was telling you, hey, where's the most potent system in this entire event?
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Because now it's pushing towards this direction, towards Barnesdale and Winona. But the area of concern is this wrap that is happening just north of Hominy and Highway 99. We were just talking about this spot, and yet it started to enhance the second we left it. So that shows you just how robust this can be. Wow, that is impressive when you look at the velocity signature, and here is that debris signature. And whenever you get that blue, that means debris has been picked up on the radar scan.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
What that's telling us is that it's not picking up rain or anything that's typically in the atmosphere. That's picking up tree limbs. That's picking up any other type of debris. Maybe it's metal or a siding of a shed, right? Oftentimes we see that lofted in these events. If we can get some radar estimated winds here, because we are looking at a way right here in orange. I mean, that is off the charts, rushing through, and then blue is pushing towards. That coincides with what is happening on the debris signature. So 65 to 60, that's 125 differential. That is a significant tornado that may fall in line with a powerful tornado. This is an area that is in a hatched area for EF2s or greater. We can't speak to that, but we're saying this is a prime environment. Winona to Hominy, anywhere.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Oklahoma and Texas. There is 1 new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri. There are 2 new warnings affecting Illinois and West Virginia. There is one new tornado warning for Oklahoma. There is one new tornado warning for Missouri. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.